what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep the radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes and take your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes and take your destiny.
What is up, all you wonderful people? We are live and alive. We are live and alive. And speaking of which, I forgot to blast off. That's part of being live and alive is you gotta blast off with your blast off tweet. I haven't even done it. We'll do it live. As a great broadcaster once said, we'll do it live. Chat, are you ready to do it live with me? Okay, that sounded a little too parasocial. I mean the content thing, of course. Are you planning to watch the whole debate? You have a link to it in stream suggestions. Okay, so that's a great question, because I'm looking at this thing and it's unwieldy. I am seeing 3 hours, 36 minutes, and 32 seconds. That is a lot of minutes, that is a lot of seconds, that's a lot of nanoseconds. If you're a Chud Logic fan, right, you measure things in nano, it's a lot of them. It's so many, it's like millions and billions of nanoseconds, right? I don't know what to do with that. But there is more stuff. I've been looking on Twitter and I've been seeing clips. The clips are telling me that the clips are telling me that there's stuff that I missed. There's stuff that they talked about that I didn't. You're always ready to do it. Yeah, that's right. You gotta be ready to go. That's the life of a Twitch streamer, I guess. That and Void Coffee. Doing it live sounds like a great plan. We always do it live here. Every single day. Not every single day. Wait, should it be every day? What if I did like 5 streams a week? Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday. What is the order again? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But like for 2 hours or something. I don't know. Would that be good? I feel like something needs to change as far as my schedule goes, because yeah, I don't want to get burned out, and I think it's like the really long streams that burn me out. Anyway, there's no getting around it. I think we're gonna have to do a long stream today. We've got so much to cover, so much that we missed yesterday. I'm not even working today. This is like my day of coming into work when I'm not working. Anybody relate to that? Like, I'm not even scheduled today. What am I doing? No, I forgot to do something really important, right? One thing was starting off the Star Trek Weasel Federation promotion, right? Which means that if you reach these goals in Star Trek without paying a single dime, I get money. I get paid, and nobody has to pay anything. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. The second thing was President Sunday and Whick had a debate, and when I asked people about it, you know, I was like, are you really into this? Do you want to see this? Do you know who these people are? I don't even know if y'all know who these people are. I mean, I know you know President Sunday sometimes. friend of the VOD, most of the time enemy of the VOD. Frenemy. Let's call President Sunday my frenemy. Yeah. I thought you'd get banned for doing it live on Twitch. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. If I make too many noises, I will definitely get banned for doing it live on Twitch. I've seen that happen before. What is up with that though? That's the whole e-girls versus edgelords thing. You know what I'm talking about? You got edgelord streamers like Aiden Ross, I guess XQC. I mean, you know, all the kick streamers, right, are basically edgelord streamers, right? The IRL streamers, they're edgelords. And then you got the e-girl streamers, and the edgelords are always doing edgy stuff and getting banned. And they're like, what about the e-girls? 5 weekly NCC streams. It sounds like a dream. Just gonna be able to manage all of that. That's a lot to manage. But yeah, what am I talking about? I was talking about blasting off with a tweet. That's how you blast off, according to Hasanabi. So yeah, the main thing is that it turns out that we got unfinished business today. Unfinished business with Hasan. Unfinished business with Cenk. Unfinished business with the cutout of Bernie Sanders in the background there. Wait, what is going on here? Okay. For some reason, this doesn't look right. I think it's because I can't see... Yeah! Wait! Let me show you what I'm talking about. Look at the background of Hasan's... Oh, there he is. There's Jotaro. Okay, Jotaro is just over Hasan's shoulder. Yeah, wait, before it looked weird. Before it looked really strange. The SFPD emblem was actually on the shelf, and I don't know. I get confused. I would like that petty drama between President Sunday and Whick, but I know I'm... Are you, though? I feel like everybody voted for it yesterday. Yeah, so here's what happened. If you were around yesterday, we covered Anna Kasparian hogging out again, Cenk hogging out slightly less. That's their thing now. They argue, and Anna's like, I want to go full hog. And Cenk is like, no, Anna, we only go half hog. We're the young Turks. We're the home of the progressives. We're also where progressivism goes to die. So we got to walk that line. And Anna's like, I don't want to walk the line. I want to get on the Daily Wire. I want to be a Daily Wire correspondent. I want to get that Daily Wire money, right? Anna's ready to go full hog. Cenk's only ready to go half hog. That's their argument, right? We covered that. We covered some of this. We covered I think where Cenk kind of hogs out about trans people in sports, which, you know, this is pet issue. Loves to talk about it, loves to bring it up as like, you know, this is one easy little sacrificial lamb we can hand over to the Republicans. Do you even know any trans athletes? Of course not, right? Let's just throw the trans athletes under the bus. And that'll make the Republicans happy, and then they'll do what we want. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. They're gonna straighten up. They're gonna stop being MAGA chuds. They're gonna realize how reasonable we are and stop being like borderline genocidal against trans people, right? If we just throw trans athletes under the bus. That's all we have to do. So we covered those two things, and then we covered a little bit of what is going on in Azerbaijan right now. Pretty scary. Entire you know, city just completely emptied out. You know, those people knew that they didn't want to be there. And then we were supposed to do Whick versus President Sunday. I asked you, are people really wanting to see this? Because I thought that maybe people would be like, I don't know who Whick is. I don't care who Whick is. President Sunday is boring, because President Sunday is boring. Even President Sunday will admit that President Sunday is boring, right? He knows he's boring. It's his brand. What about us trans chess players, right? What about the trans competitive anglers? They want to ban everyone from every sport, even if it's not like what you think of as a conventional sport. I've even seen stuff about esports, right? Do trans women have an advantage at esports? You know, the thing about it is, like, right, understand, it was never about fairness. These people don't care about fairness. They wouldn't know fairness if it bit them on the ass, okay? It was always about removing trans people from public life, one piece at a time. President Sunday is the most boring, presumptuous person ever. So chat's not a big fan of Sunday. It's weird though. Like, it's weird. Like, I don't have a terrible relationship with President Sunday. He's definitely gotten mad at me before. I remember where there was some situation where he was going over something that had like the N-word in it, but it was, you know, with the O ending, right? And he was like, well, with the O ending, that's okay, right? That's history, that's academia, that's fine, right? And it's kind of like, do you really need to say it? Do you really need to say it, President Sunday? Do you really need to say it? But yeah, we were talking about that, and he found out about it because President Sunday sees all, and he got really mad. He got really mad. He didn't like that. Obviously, he also got really mad at poly people. There was that blow up. He has been known to have terrible takes at times. He's been known at times to be the only one in the White Leaf network or periphery, right? Because I don't think the guy actually has a White Leaf website. I don't think he's officially a White Leafer, right? Maybe he could be saved, maybe. But sometimes he's the only one with a halfway decent take. And this Brianna Wu thing was the latest example of that, where he was willing to say the thing. Like, Vosh apparently just completely dodged the Brianna Wu thing. Vosh didn't even say anything in defense or otherwise about Brianna Wu. But Keffals defended Brianna Wu. Oh yeah, that is the extra content that we've got potentially as an offering to you if we hit our sub goals. Now, we already had one ad break. We don't have another coming up for like 35 minutes. So we're kind of good for now. You're kind of indifferent to President Sunday. I know very little about him. I don't even know what his politics are. Yeah, he's hard to describe. I find it funny how they say trans athletes have an unfair advantage. But in the military, they say, yeah, that they are a disadvantage, that they will weigh down the battalion or whatever you call a group of soldiers. Is it called a battalion? I don't know Army stuff. I don't know Army terminology. I don't know about any of this stuff. All I know is that I promised you content yesterday, right? I asked you about it. I said, are you interested in it? People said, yes, we were interested in it. And then I proceeded to try to play Star Trek, fail at playing Star Trek, and kind of quit in frustration. And right afterwards, I was like, oh, wait, I teased the President Sunday thing. I just know Polly doesn't like President Sunday. That's enough for me. Yeah, I mean, that was fun. He believes conversion therapy works. Yeah, he does say so. What did he say about that? I think he was trying to say that you can get a person to say that they're not gay. You can get a person to say that they're not trans if you torture them, which is what conversion therapy is, right? I think that's what he meant. But yeah, the way that he said it almost sounded like, you know, he was like giving it the thumbs up. But yeah, sometimes what he says just sounds bad. Sometimes what he says is actually just like, where are you getting this? Like, right? He's good at theory. He's one of the few streamers that I see actually tackle theory. But then when it comes to history, I'm like, he got embarrassed by Bad Empanada, who is a history streamer, among other things. President Sunday attacked Polly over that's right, it was over a YouTube comment. I almost forgot. You fell asleep watching last night? Oh wait, watching President Sunday last night? Or watching me? You woke up with your face on your phone and you posted gibberish? Oh my god. Well, you didn't post anything bad. President Scumday is what she calls him. Yeah, no love lost between those two. No love lost, but hey, like, I mean, I'll credit where credit is due. He spoke up about the Brianna Wu thing. I'm glad that he came out with it. That was good, but yeah, he's hard to pin down, that one. He is really hard to pin down. Listening to President Sunday for 5 minutes would be enough for me to hate him. How would it put you to sleep, though? That's the question. Does it put... Okay, weird story, chat. Weird story. I was actually listening to his stream last night, right? Because he had some inside baseball on Keffals. Apparently, Keffals talked about Brianna Wu. Yeah. After so much pressure, after losing subs, Keffals is bleeding subs. This Brianna Wu thing has been really, really bad for Keffals. I don't know if she thought she could just pivot into transmedicalism. Because, like, I know that there's people in her community that are transmeds, right? Yeah, there's like a lot of weird, elitist, mean girl shit bordering into transmedicalism, right? So, I mean, I guess I'm not super surprised, but it felt like what she was trying to do, she's doing a pivot. She has given clemency to Destiny's community, right? The people that harassed her, the people that, were kind of, making the like bringing up the, personal information on the farm website, right? She went back and she made a deal with Destiny, which is not nearly as cool as it sounds. And there's a lot of people in her community that just are not here for that, right? This is how she forged her community. The reason that they stick with her, the reason that they don't think that she's racist, the reason that they don't think that she's problematic or whatever, the reason that none of the stuff that she does actually comes back on her is because of this fight that she forged her community in against the farms and against Destiny's community, right? If you go back on that and you say, I am going to offer amnesty to any Destiny community members, you're gonna lose some people. You're gonna lose some crucial people. And she has, right? So she had to respond about Brianna Wu. But how did she respond? Well, we'll only find out if we hit the sub goal today. If we get it to 1. Wait, should I make that happen? Let's make that happen. Let's make that sub goal visible. I've got so many things I need to do, including manage my goals, end goal, manage goals, start goal. There we go. That's the goal for today. If we can get there, we can find out a little bit more about Keffals. Unfortunately, as far as I know, we're gonna have to find that out through President Sunday, right? Because this VOD has disappeared. Apparently the whatever she had to say about Brianna Wu, she doesn't want that getting out. So I'm interested. Listen, you're getting the Barbara Streisand effect, okay? You're getting the Martha Stewart effect, Keffals. You're gonna be in the kitchen, cooking, stirring with a ukulele. That's gonna be Keffals, right? She's gonna do a kitchen stream with the ukulele. And they're like, they told me not to talk about Brianna Wu, but they didn't say I couldn't sing about Brianna Wu. So if you want to see Keffals get out that ukulele and sing her song about Brianna Wu, the sub goal is what needs to happen. And it'll also get people out of the ad break, which I'm sure some of you have already experienced. President Sunday gives me too much of a headache to sleep. Yeah, so I was listening to him last night talking about Keffals' response to the Brianna Wu, scandal at this point. Like, this is a scandal. This is a scandal. Unlike the noodles thing, this has really come home to roost. This is something that has damaged, set back, limited Keffals' reach, etc., 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 torn her community apart, right? Because there's some of those people that are just not ready to pivot into transmedicalism. And that's what she was setting it up for, right? We were looking at a VGG, DGG, transmed access, kind of a nightmare. The only thing that has kind of held us back from that precipice is that that's not a popular viewpoint in Vosh's community. And so it's kept Vosh from defending Brianna Wu. And we thought maybe that Keffals would back off of it too. We're gonna see what actually happens though if we get to that sub goal. So yeah, I'm like listening to President Sunday and he puts me to sleep. Okay, no offense, President Sunday. You know a lot about theory. You weren't even talking about theory. You were talking about Keffals, and he put me to sleep. I can't remember. I half think, chat, that he fell asleep. I think maybe he put himself to sleep. I don't know though, because I was asleep. But in my dream, listening to President Sunday talk about Keffals, he actually put himself to sleep, you know, leaned over and snored like Alex Jones. Oh my god, I want to show you this Alex Jones snore. I don't know if I'll get in trouble for that. If I'll get in trouble for showing you Alex Jones, but Alex Jones got himself choked out on a podcast for fun, and then let out this demonic snore that is like, it, I mean, I guess, you know, I'm not surprised that a demonic snore like that would come from Alex Jones. What are we doing? Okay, so yeah, we got Hasan, and we got Cenk, we got President Sunday, and we got Whick, and we possibly have Keffals as well, right, to go over. But the first thing we need to do is go over to my Twitter and write a nice tweet, because I forgot to do this. Okay. So this is how the magic is made. Wait, first we grab the link. Link is over here. God, I'm still sleepy. I'm waiting for this green tea to hit. Alright, there we go. There's the link. Then we hit the we add the thumbnail. Got some unfinished business today. Okay, what did I write? Something like this. Hasan Piker debates his boomer uncle Cenk Uygur on a plethora of topics. You watched the trans debate yesterday, but there is more. Infinitely more. Also taking a look at President Sunday versus Whick. Whick. W-H. Whick. That's who we're talking about today. So here we go. And what do we got? Streaming. L-I-V-E in capital letters. There we go. I feel like that's it. There we go. Hit send. Blast off. There it is. Copy link. And I'm going to ask you to give me some help on this. Like, right when I say blast off, who provides the rocket fuel for blasting off? That's right, chat. You do. That's who I need. That's whose help I need right now. Your help, right? If you are on Twitter, if you are on X, this is your time. This is your moment to shine. Give me those likes. Give me those reposts. And maybe even if you feel saucy, comment, right? Because we got some unfinished business to take care of today. That's what we're dealing. Can we please turn the music down? That's you don't even have to say please. I feel like this music was yeah, it is too loud, huh? Wait, we're big oil because we're blasting. That's right, big oil, big rocket fuel even. Oh yeah, and sometime I want to show you this. This is a channel. This is a channel. It's my favorite channel here. This is Sub Anima. Okay, smaller channel. they have got some really good stuff, and they're talking about genetics. They're talking about microbiology, some interesting subject matter, I'm sure. Almost as interesting as President Sunday's theory streams, I'm sure, right? But they talk about it from a point of view which is slightly political, right? As in, they talk about the biological nature of sex, and it's not what you think. And it's definitely not what you're hearing from TERFs or gender critical people, right? They're not just wrong about gender, okay? And it being a separate thing from biological sex. They're wrong about biological sex. They don't know what they're talking about. They got like a 5th grade level of understanding of biology, and they're trying to bash you over the head with that 5th grade textbook. Guess what? 5th graders are not that strong. That textbook is not that big. That is not real biology that you're being taught there. That is what we call dogma. That is the first step that you're taught, the simplified down version, before you can learn the more complicated version. And when you actually learn about human development, it's a whole nother thing. So kind of amazing. You weren't following on Twitter. Oh no, you outed yourself too. 100% that meme where it talks about states of matter. Wait, what? Anyway, really cool channel. Hopefully we'll have a time to check this out, especially this one. This is the one I really want to check out. You've been lied to about genetics. And they use expression of sex chromosomes as an example, and that's what I'm talking about. So anyway, we've got the, oh yeah, that's the other place I need to put that, is in the Discord. If you have not yet, please join our Discord. It's a really cool place to meet. It's a really cool place to hang out. We have got so many different channels in there for you to talk about various things, from the general chat where you can talk about almost anything and everything, to self-promo. If you are also a streamer, promote yourself in the self-promo section, to stream suggestions where you get to suggest topics for my stream. Stream clips. If you make a clip about me, I want to know about it. Chat wants to know about it. Everybody wants to know about it. You can post it there. Suggest music, suggest videos, suggest memes, suggest games. So many cool things. There's a special section for subs and members, and we need to set this up so that Patreons can get in there too, right? And then we've got below that, we got one for the Weasel Alliance, the Weasel Federation. That is our Star Trek guild, right? We have a guild for the Star Trek Fleet Commander game that I'm going to be playing today, and also a Blue Sky section. Now, with the Blue Sky section, like, right, you may be on Blue Sky. I asked who was in Blue Sky yesterday, and I got a lot of ones. So we got a lot of Blue Sky people in the chat, right? You may be finding it to be a little bit empty. Like, there's not a lot going on there outside of certain clusters of people that either, you know, got in super early, or people who are like huge content creators in their own right? So it's kind of a little hard to get stuff going there. I wanted to sort of provide an NCC sky, right? Let's make a little cluster ourselves, and you can do that in Blue Sky. Wait, I'm in the middle. God, my ADHD is so bad. What I wanted to do was hit @everyone and give that tweet a place to rest in the Discord, and then grab an invite code. Copy that. Is there a special section for DOMs on, wait, in the Discord? I feel like there should be. Here we go, there's your Discord invite. If you're not in the Discord already, fix that. Alright, so, I feel like I've edged you for long enough here. There's our unfinished business. Oh wait, somebody already replied. Uh-oh, is it offensive? I can't see chat. We already got trolls on here. Probably because they hate Hasan. I don't know. Probably Hasan haters. I can't even see whatever this reply is though, so it's got to be bad. There we go. That's what we're going for. This is Cenk and Hasan. I don't know. Did we get like the first 37 minutes? Let's check in here at 15 minutes, see what's going on. I know we watched a lot of this yesterday.
Younger voters are poorer on average, and poorer.
Oh, a special section for subs. There should also be a special one for DOMs. I wish Blue Sky wasn't invite only. Does anybody need an invite code? Does anybody need an invite code? Because that's another thing that you can get in the Discord. I have got a lot of them. I've got many invite codes. So if anybody needs that, I can definitely. Oh wait, you know what else I didn't do? I didn't hydrate. And I didn't apply lipstick. Yeah, we've got a lot of invite codes at this point. We've got everything we need to establish NCC Sky on Blue Sky. All we need is you. So yeah, if you're not signed up already, I mean, this might be the Twitter replacement. It might not be. There's also Threads. There's also Mastodon. Nobody really knows how it's going to shake out. Elon has made some pretty weird threats, so some predictions, some I don't know what you want to call them, like, right, trial balloons. Let's just say they're trial balloons. Like he said, for instance, I'm going to charge everyone to use Twitter. All right. He also said I'm going to eliminate blocking people. Can't block people. No more blocking trolls, right? He didn't go forward with either of these yet, but if he does, there's going to be like a huge exodus. Did you see, to check the CNN headline that Cornell West is no... Thank you for reminding me of that, Shaxba. Yes, some of you are Vanguard fans, and you might know about this already, because the Vanguard was talking about this morning. Dr. Cornell West started off in the People's Party, really bad idea, moved to the Green Party, okay, and now he's going to be running as an independent. No more Green Party for Dr. Cornell West. Of all the music to be putting on your lipstick too, right? Elon is following that playbook that was published about how he should buy Twitter. Yeah, literally a Trump administration official. Somebody, I think he was a speechwriter for Trump until he got fired for having appeared on a panel with a bunch of white supremacists. So yeah, if you're in the Trump administration, you can say all the racist stuff that you want, but if you go mask off too much, they don't want you. So this guy got fired, but yeah, he still wrote a post explaining how Elon should take over Twitter. And when you look at it, it reads like a playbook, and it seems like the playbook that Elon was using, down to the whole, you know, I don't know if anybody remembers, but when there was that court case forcing him to buy Twitter, during the discovery for that, some things were released, some private communication, including him talking about wanting to hire a Blake Masters or Blake Masters-like person to help him run Twitter. So yeah, it looks like he's been following that playbook, right? Which is kind of a disturbing proposition. Yeah, I mean, like, yes and no. Oh, wait, Paul Skull, thank you for the 100 bits. Yes, ma'am. General Chick, yes. But yeah, we got a lot to go over. I feel like, Chudgus, you're getting too big for your britches, all right? You gotta shrink down so people can actually read the chat, because you are not a micro celebrity, as you claimed. You're actually a nano celebrity. You're a lot smaller than you give yourself credit for. So do sell yourself short. Sell yourself short, because that way we can read chat. All right, let's see what we got.
Equals less likely to vote in general. Poorer equals less time off from work. a job that you're most likely trapped in the service sector. How are you going to get young people to go out and vote? This conundrum is the reason
It's Kaya.
why a problem that even Bernie Sanders was.
No, wait, we didn't see this yet.
He always says, "Oh well, we are going to get more conservative as we get older." Well, I quote in the book.
And then they just like kept going along with it, and now they just like apply this rhetorical tactic, this little trick where they say the Biden family. Have you noticed that? Where they
right-wing Republicans like Matt Gaetz are actually not.
The Democrats actually doing.
We'll do it live. Yeah, look, we got to watch this whole thing because, like, I don't know where that 30 minutes that we got came from, but it wasn't the beginning.
Something that is unheard of, unimaginable, which is showing backbone and showing a spine and actually doing the right thing, even though they were like kind of forced into a corner to do the right thing on. Kevin McCarthy's ouster as Speaker of the House. What do you think about it?
Yeah, look, I guess I love it. Not going to change anything. It's not going to make any difference. But I agree with you. I'm glad that the Democrats didn't gratuitously help them. So I talked to Representative Ro Khanna on Friday in D.C.
Okay, so that was the conversation. That's another piece of content. I've actually got like my look, the lovely and talented Vamps thumbnail artist, the person who made this thumbnail and makes a lot of my thumbnails, right? Actually made a thumbnail for me to cover the discussion with Ro Khanna, the discussion at VidCon, and all that kind of stuff. There's one problem, though. There's one thing that's getting in the way. It's got Destiny. It's got Destiny in it. And Twitch does not like Destiny. Twitch does not want anybody showing Destiny because Destiny is a banned streamer. Probably should have been a banned streamer a long time ago, but is, has been banned for a few years now, right? And so that makes it kind of tricky for me to be able to cover it. But I do have this member goal up. This is YouTube, right? That's Twitch, okay? That is to lengthen this stream. But if we ever hit that, if we can hit the 501, it's not really 501, but that's what it says. If we could get like 10 memberships going on YouTube, I do want to do like a YouTube only stream to cover the stuff with Destiny in it. I feel like, there's a few things. There's a few banned streamers that are just ridiculous, right? And they're fun to cover, but it's too spicy for Twitch, so we got to cover them on YouTube.
And we came up with a good idea together, which is the Democrats, for whoever.
He's got a name drop because he talked to. They are also proud of this, like, right? Vosh, Keffals, like everybody that went there, they were all like, yeah. And he was so mad. Hasan ruined it for us. We were gonna get to go on a White House tour, but then Hasan said literally the U.S. State Department policy on Taiwan. And then they checked our PR out. They checked our background out. They name searched us on Twitter. I don't know what they did. They looked up Vosh, they looked up Keffals, they looked up Destiny, and they didn't like what they saw. And they said, no White House tour for you. Lance used a cutout beanie to cover Tim Pool's face. Wait, is Tim Pool banned? Just to finish my thought about Keith Woods. Oh my God. I don't think he's banned on Twitch. Yeah, he isn't, but he keeps on. The last time we tried to look at it, he showed Lauren Southern, so that's a problem. Lauren Southern is definitely, that's another one. Yeah, I guess we could watch some Keith Woods stuff too if we earn a YouTube only stream by adding 10 memberships on YouTube, and they are cheaper than the Twitch memberships. They don't get you out of the ads. They do get you the emotes, and they're gonna possibly, if we can get up to like 30 or something like that, enough to do a real stream, we can do like a members only stream. So membership does have its advantage. Sometimes the videos that come out I always try to do this if I can, make them available immediately to members, and then so you get them a day before everybody else. Also true with Patreon. Patreon gets a lot of my content early. So yeah, membership has its benefits, and if you see a benefit on there that I'm not currently offering, remind me of it, because there's a lot of stuff on there, and if I'm not giving you some of that, I want to be, but just remind me. I am forgetful to a fault.
That his children should keep doing
Oh, it was somebody that Tim Pool had on a show?
Whatever it is you were going to say.
Maybe Lance just doesn't like Tim Pool because Tim Pool's kind of an a-hole.
No, that's not it.
Wait, you guys didn't have the good idea of making sure that his children were participating in the stock market and having.
So Keith Woods is a good idea of somebody that says stuff that is dog whistly, is anti-Semitic, but does not seem to be anti-Semitic. He jokes around about the Nazgul vortex, but he is literally what we're talking about when we talk about the Nazgul vortex. In fact, I would say that's like from the inside of the vortex, right? The whole conceit of the Nazgul vortex is this: like, imagine a giant whirlpool in space, and it's got a bunch of like class reductionists like orbiting it, and their orbits are getting tinier and tinier, and they're getting sucked in more and more, and they go from being just edgy class reductionists to being right wing, right? That's what we mean when we say the Nazgul vortex. A lot of people are tangential to the Nazgul vortex, and some people are officially in there, like Haas, like Peter Coffin, like Caleb Maupin, people that have kind of gone mask off about their third positionist tendencies, right? But yeah, that's something that they like to play with, is dog whistles, right? Things that, like, to most people just like sound normal, but it's actually an anti-Semitic code. They know what it means, even if you don't know what it means, and they'll get fans that are repeating this stuff, not realizing, what they're actually saying, and kind of spreading it around. The call is coming from inside the vortex. I hope that NCC becomes bigger than Tim Pool. Oh my God, a skate compound.
Excellent returns.
No.
Year over year. That's crazy.
So came up with the idea of, well, why don't we ask for something in return? So, like, paid family leave. So if any Republican wants Democratic votes in the House for speakership, yeah, maybe we could do that.
Oh my God, Jinx audio is trash.
Give us a couple of concessions. You don't get it without concessions, right? So
a kickboxing gym, yeah, I like that.
We give you give us concessions
a
of a
lot.
vote on paid family leave that polls at 84%, and maybe one other vote, right? And then okay, then we can have a deal. But if you just want to deal,
is this what you're going to trade trans women in sports for? Is that going to be your gambit? Like, here's how silly Jink is. He really thinks it's about fairness, right? The Republicans have a sense of fairness, and right or wrong, they don't think that it's fair for trans women to participate in sports. And Jink obviously does not care about this issue either. And he thinks that if we satisfy their sense of fairness, that they're going to play nice with us. He could not be more wrong.
Where we needlessly give you the speakership, why in the world
That's
would
not a
anybody do
dingus
that?
gambit.
I think the funniest part about
take.
that is that would never happen, because Kevin McCarthy would have never done that. He would have probably lied, maybe. But what's even better about the situation is that, like I was alluding to, he didn't even like go to the conservative Democrats and offer them anything. Like, literally nothing was given. And then there are still, of course, perverts, both sides perverts in liberal media, that are trying to turn this massive fuck up within the Republican Party into dingus gambit, somehow a issue.
Oh my God, it works
that
so well.
is the Democrats' responsibility, which is
Anytime
awesome.
Hasan is talking.
It's awesome. Some dude on the Daily Beast wrote an article talking about how dingus gambit.
Anytime I want to, I can just insert dingus gambit into what Hasan is saying, and it sounds real.
Like,
This is better than AI.
This is actually a bad thing that the Democrats did once again. Here it is. Matt Lewis, who is a conservative himself, said, "You can't blame Dems for the blow that right-wing bomb throwers landed on Kevin McCarthy. But what you can say is that they failed to do the right thing on behalf of the American people, which was to make sure that Kevin McCarthy remains the Speaker of the House."
Yeah. So look, I know Matt a little bit.
What are my thoughts on Force the Vote?
We used to go on MSNBC.
So you're talking about the drama that opened up between Brianna Joy Gray and Sam Cedar, and I guess Jimmy Dore too. Yeah, this was Jimmy Dore's famous issue. Brianna and Jimmy are now saying that what happened with Kevin McCarthy is proof that you can extract what you want from like a situation where you refuse to vote for the speaker. So just to go over this really quickly, in the House, every session is 2 years, right? Senators get 6 years, and they're kind of like interspersed. So like one senator will run in 2022, one senator will run in 2024, another will run in, right? They're kind of like staggered, right? In the House, it's every single 2 years. So every 2 years, there's an election for a Speaker of the House, and they need a Speaker of the House to run the House, right? They can't really do much without that. And the thought that Jimmy Dore and some other people had was that, like, hey, if there's enough progressives that Nancy Pelosi cannot get speakership, that she needs a certain number of progressive votes to get that, we can extract concessions from her, right? And he's really talking about legislation. He's talking about Medicare for all, which is legislation that does need to happen. Democrats have been teasing it. Democrats have been pretending to be for it. And oftentimes it seems to the public, it seems to a lot of people, like maybe they just don't want to, they don't ever bring it up. They don't ever vote on it. They don't ever try to pass it. Obviously, it's a lot to pass, but are they like kind of holding back on it, right? And could the progressives in the Democratic caucus maybe force them to at least bring it up for a vote, so that way they would know who to primary, right? This was an issue in 2018, right? 2016, the Democrats still have the Republicans still have the House. 2018, the off-year election, Democrats won, I think, the House and the Senate, but just barely on the Senate, right? And so, that was the time that, Pelosi was going to be speaker again. And, that this was when force the vote came up. This has become a cause celeb. People have not forgotten about this. People are still talking about it, especially with Kevin McCarthy. It's like the Republicans did extract certain things from McCarthy. So the logic goes there. Therefore, the Democrats, have no excuse to not do the same thing to Nancy Pelosi. And if all of the opposing party votes for the removal of, the McCarthy thing was a special situation. One of the things that they extracted from McCarthy was the ability to to make it really easy to do a motion to vacate, right? That all they had to do was call for a vote, get a simple majority, and they would be able to vacate the speakership and elect somebody new, all right? Because they didn't like McCarthy, and the only way they were going to let McCarthy on there was, if he promised them a bunch of stuff, and that was one of the things. So, this time when he didn't do what they wanted on the debt ceiling, they ended up they ended up actually, forcing or bringing this vote to the floor. Now, here's the interesting thing, right? How many Republicans voted to vacate the office? 11 Republicans, right? So that's not enough to do anything. You need a majority, but 11 plus the number of Democrats in the House is a majority. And because McCarthy, never even tried to work with the Democrats, had lied to the Democrats felt burned by McCarthy. They voted along with the Freedom Caucus to get this guy out of there. And really to kind of plunge the Republican Party into chaos. That's where they're at now. It is a open question whether there is anyone in the party who can win a majority. Definitely not without, you take some votes from Dems. It's hard to bring the Freedom Caucus together with the rest of the Republican Party. So Dems would rather lose to fascists than progressive. That is the difference.
See together. I went on his podcast recently. He's a good guy.
I mean, you saw what the Democratic Party did to Bernie Sanders, right? Twice. You saw what happened. You see what they do in terms of progressives running for the House. Sometimes even helping the ad break. God.
But generally speaking, He's from the old
We are not off to a good start, Chad. I totally didn't see that ad break coming.
school of establishment, bipartisan, uniparty thought, which is the way that this would have gone in the old days is the Matt Gaetz character would have huffed and puffed, and McCarthy would have said, oh, no way, right? And then at some point, whether it was the Republicans inside their caucus or they go to the Democrats,
Your main monitor broke? Oh, no.
and they get a deal. The deal is what it was always going to be, which was cut spending for the average American, maybe throw in a tax cut for the rich or a deregulation or something. It's all theater. It's all fake. Now, here comes a twist. The twist in the story is that the crazy right-wing Republicans like Matt Gaetz are actually not doing theater. I mean, it looks like they're doing theater and they're doing their own theater to raise money, etc. But they're not playing the same old game. This is like, and that's part of why the media and the establishment is so mad, because they're like, wait, you guys are supposed to pretend to object,
Dingus Gambit.
but not actually object. And we're supposed to cut spending for the average guy. That's why guys like Matt go, I don't get it, man. The Democrats are part of this play, good cop, bad cop. And the good cops are supposed to come in at the end and screw over the American people while pretending to be good guys. And so since the Democrats didn't do it,
I mean, he's not wrong about this, and TYT were some of the first people to talk about this. In general, like, American politics is a team sports kind of affair. The idea that anybody outside the establishment could take power is kind of removed from what we think is possible. And there is a way. Now, this is weird, right? Because I mean, I'm sure you've seen this right-wing hashtag Uniparty, right? Like when during the Kevin McCarthy thing, this came up, right? So this is kind of similar to the idea of uniparty. I wouldn't call it that, though. I wouldn't exactly call it that. But think about it this way, all right? The Democratic Party and the Republican Party are funded by people with money, generally capitalists, people with an interest that is fundamentally opposite of the interest of the working class, right? And so you got this sort of game that they play where the Republicans are super right-wing, always go for supply side economics, lowering taxes, cutting spending, all these things that hurt the working class and help the capitalist class. And then you got the Democrats who kind of function as the cleanup crew. After the Republican Party has made a mess of the country, they come by and do some minor things to kind of keep things stable, right? But what they don't do is anything that would fundamentally change the balance of power between the working class and the capitalist class. And in a lot of ways, what the Democrats are made for, what they're used for, their function to that class is to come in and in a moment where there's a lot of popular support for major change, for something like, I'm just realizing right now in my light, like I've got too much. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's just because I got the window open. Sorry. The Democrats, what they'll do is when there's massive popular support for a project that would disrupt the supply side capitalist order of things, the Democrats run on that, right? We're gonna have, we're gonna have universal health care, right? They run on universal health care, they get in, they make some big production where they say, oh no, Joe Lieberman, he's too powerful, he twisted my arm, I'm sorry, we can't have universal health care, we can't have a public option. We're gonna have to go with warmed over versions of Mitt Romney's plan, right? The plan that Mitt Romney passed in Massachusetts, designed by the Heritage Foundation. That is what we're gonna pass instead. So what is that? That is the Democrats putting their, foot on the brake to prevent popular outrage and popular support for, policies that would really change everything about how things work from actually happening. Just go 1 degree less. Just stop the most progressive version of the policy from passing, and that's what the Democrats do time and time again.
Gates didn't do it.
Yeah, how about some demand side economics, right?
They didn't get a deal. And so I don't think it's so bad at all. Like, number one, they
Here,
weren't
I'm
doing
gonna
anything
fix the
anyway.
lighting
Yeah.
situation.
Right?
That's ridiculous.
And number two, actually, somebody threw a curveball into this normal, sick theater.
I like to always say, what would the Republicans do if roles were reversed? And if anybody in here thinks that they would have dove on a grenade to save the Democratic Party or the institutions to make sure that Nancy Pelosi would have retained her speakership position, you're fucking out of your mind. So yeah, Democrats did exactly what the Republicans would have done in the situation, which is, of course, always good politics.
All right.
Okay, it might
It's
not
better,
yield
yeah.
good policy,
I'm not as washed out, right?
but it was certainly good politics. Now, of course, the other side of this is that there was no opportunity for good dingus gambit policy anyway. People are immediately rushing to conclusions that Kevin McCarthy would have been a more moderate speaker than whatever kind of demon they put forward, certainly. But functionally, Kevin McCarthy, as the Speaker of the House, was going to operate like the most reactionary person in the party. And he did. He did do that. It's not like he gave a bone to
Yeah. If the Democrats delivered, they would have trouble in their primaries. Look, here's what really happened, right? Here's the truth. You look back to the 80s, okay? Jimmy Carter was president post Watergate, right? America, and Jimmy Carter wasn't great either. Jimmy Carter was a neo-lib, right? But at that point, there were some judicial decisions that came down the wire that made it easier to put money in politics. I think at the time they would call it like a slush fund, right? So that's the rise of big money, money in politics, right? I mean, there was probably always, there's always influence of money in politics, right? But in terms of being able to more directly support campaign finance, right? That happened under Reagan. That is probably part of the reason that Reagan came out of nowhere as a candidate, a radical candidate with no shot whatsoever, and ended up winning, unseating an incumbent, right? In Jimmy Carter. There's a lot of other things that were going on. Iran-Contra played a role in that. They literally traded arms for hostages in order to keep Iran from releasing those hostages under Jimmy Carter. Because guess what? Literally the Reagan people talked to Iran and delayed the release of U.S. hostages. So, I mean, there it is right there. But anyway, sorry, I'm going on a tangent here. The point is that since 1980, since Reagan, since they got shocked, they lost to a candidate that they thought was ridiculous. Sound familiar? Right? Everybody thought that Reagan had no chance. Reagan won. So, they get lost. They lose to Reagan. They get destroyed in 1984. They get wiped out in 1988. And they decide, you know what? Money is too strong. We're never going to win another presidential election unless we change our party's policies, right? We were the party of FDR. We're going to leave that in the past. We are going to be Reagan light. And you've seen that ever since then in the Clinton administration, in the Obama administration, probably would have been in the Gore administration had that happened. Definitely would have been in the second Clinton administration under Hillary Clinton. You've seen a real turn in the Democratic Party. It's like they're scared of their own shadow. And their shadow's just FDR. FDR is not, I'm 100% here. FDR is not that radical, okay? FDR is not a socialist. I'd hardly even call him like a social democrat, right? FDR was a pragmatic politician that in some people's estimation saved capitalism rather than trying to attack capitalism. Definitely did not increase the leverage that working people have on the system. And that's the metric for me for a good political party. That's why in the United States, there is really no party like that in the electoral system. And that's why outside pressure is integral to any kind of strategy that you're going to have. You're telling me that they didn't learn a damn thing from since they lost to Reagan? They are comfortable being, and look here, let me quote Cenk again. You know the Harlem Globetrotters? You know how WWE wrestlers, like, they kind of work it out before the match who's going to win? They're writing a plot. you're going to win here, and you're going to win here, and then you're going to face the champion, you're going to lose, but then you're going to come back, and you're going to win, and everybody's going to cheer for you, right? That's WWE, right? Imagine if there was a basketball league like that. Well, guess what there is? It's called the Harlem Globetrotters, right? So, I mean, they do a lot of, like, trick, dunking and just kind of amazing, looking play, but they are always playing this team called the Washington Generals, okay? And no matter what happens, the Washington Generals always find a way to lose, all right? The Democratic Party are the Washington Generals of politics. In a lot of ways, it is their job to lose. Now, no comment, Chick. You say it's their job to lose, but they won in 2008 with Obama. They won in 2012 with Obama. They won with Clinton. What do you mean? They don't always lose. They sometimes win. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Sometimes they win their election and then go forward to lose the policy. That's what I mean, right? Even when they win, even when they're in office. Yeah, I mean, like so many examples of this, right? Look at the Supreme Court. They always find a way. They always find a way to lose.
Democrats in his chaotic order and under his control in the House, like they fucking lodged an impeachment inquiry with zero evidence that connected Hunter Biden to Joe Biden. Zero. Okay? Zero.
No, that's funny.
Zero. That's
okay. Yeah, he's gonna get clipped. Maybe, I don't know. What do you think? Zero evidence that connects Hunter Biden to Joe Biden. Except for his literal DNA. No, just kidding. That's not what he means. That's not what he means. He means in terms of Biden of Hunter's business dealings, right?
Insane. That is like, that's so insane. And they.
Good point. Obama had a supermajority. And did well, I mean, I won't say did nothing, but like, god damn, like that was not universal health care. That wasn't even a public option.
And it's not like
that was sad. I mean, I'm glad that we have it, right? I myself have benefited from those policies, but yeah, it's not what people were promised.
There was no investigation leading up to this. There was. They just did it behind closed doors because they knew they had no real evidence, and then they just like kept going along with it. And now they just like apply this rhetorical tactic, this little trick where they say the Biden family. Have you noticed that? Where they, instead of saying like Hunter Biden, they always say the Biden family, we're doing crimes, as though like, because technically it's not wrong. Hunter Biden is a part of the Biden family.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it reminds me of the trick that Dick Cheney did to get us into the Iraq war. When he was asked on Meet the Press, wait, did Iraq attack us on 9/11? He said, the fighters come from the same general region as Iraq. Oh my God. And that means no, they didn't.
So anywhere in the Middle East was fair game.
Attack us, and you're just making it up. You're saying, what difference does it make? They're all Arabs.
Yeah. So we talked about that. You think the Democrats have a little bit of spine? Not that it fucking matters in this situation anyway. So why do you think the progressives are going to win? What's going on in this book? You wrote a book finally. Yeah. You've been writing it for a while.
Yeah. So look, first I explain all the depressing stuff, so you're not going to be surprised by that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, I explain why, even though progressives are 2/3 of the country, and there's no argument about that, that we don't win. I explain exactly why money and media are the two giant factors. And I explain how we live under corporate rule and how we lost the Democratic Party, let alone the Republican.
Nightmare that No Comment Chick comes on stream and she spills the tea.
Party. But then Kirkus Reviews and everybody else says it's a super hopeful book because in chapter 6 I explain how we're going to win. And the answer is actually really easy, Haas, which is young people are super progressive.
And we know who's really good with young people. It's Cenk Uygur, a.k.a. Cenk Zoomer.
So the polling is overwhelming. The Republican pollster Frank Luntz's his toupee's on fire.
Friend of the show, Frank Luntz.
Yeah. Noam Chomsky agrees. You look at any of the data.
Like, what is up with Cenk? I've never seen a stranger like run for president. That's like me saying I'm going for partner. Do you know what I mean? There's a few things that I need to do before going for partner. So if I started saying, yeah, we're doing our partner push right now, without doing any of those things, it'd be pretty weird, right? I don't know, Chad. I'd have to do it with a splash. I'd have to do it with a bit of controversy, I think. to make that work, right? But no, honestly, I feel like I got more chance of being partner in the near future than this guy has of being president.
Under 45 in 2020 voted massively progressive. Now this time
Wait,
around,
he's not actually running. It's to be decided.
it'll be under 49. By the time you get to 2028, it's good night, Irene. It's
Wait, I'm good. Is he telling me I should go for partner?
under 54-year-olds and they're done.
I think this is a. I think this is wrong.
I got a shout out.
I will say, this is like the classic trope that time and time again the next generation will save us trope.
I don't know. Should I take that?
Dingus Gambit, if with one exception.
That's just not true.
With one exception. Okay. The
Chat, I did everything wrong and they partnered me.
material realities.
I did everything
for
wrong. I don't even have the
upcoming
numbers. What am I?
my
What am I
generation
thinking?
is significantly more dire,
That's right.
and therefore they will vote.
Look, chat. Here's my deal. Okay. In reality, it's not up to me. It's up to you. That's who makes me partner. Your support gives me strength. Your support builds my hype. You sharing the stream, you recommending the stream, as I've seen many of you doing, right? You're making rounds, chat. You're making rounds. You're getting attention for me, and I really appreciate that. But if we do this, then it is going to be it's gonna be you that does it. It's and also you're gonna be surprised, right? You're gonna be surprised, right? I've got another surprise. If I get partner, I'm gonna do something neat, and I think you're gonna like it.
Along the lines, if they are still participating in the democratic process at that point, if they haven't fully checked out,
a weasel gambit. Yeah, let's do the weasel gambit.
Might end up like having a much poorer country overall and having less economic prospects overall will yield understandable results. And
high anxiety dragon, thank you for following.
And will yield the same voting patterns. I do not think that it's more so a generation being progressive, but instead a generation not having access to additional economic opportunities that prior generations had. Because you see it time and time again, when people have more assets, when people have more capital, they start voting in predictable patterns. They start voting for deregulation because they understand that like this is intrinsically aligned with their interests. Oh my God, Kaya is so good at opening that door now. It's crazy. I had put her outside and she literally opened the door immediately.
My cats do that too. They're not my cats, but the cats that I live with. My roommates who are cats do that, right? If I don't like lock my door at night, I hear a little noise and then I feel something jump into bed with me.
Immediately and ran in here. That's nuts.
You were recommended.
Let me break that down for you.
By
Okay?
Plantifa.
So number one, the trope is actually
I
not
got close. I got close. You keep going.
Trope is not intergenerational. It's about
Well, welcome
demographics
in.
overall, right? So people say, "Oh, that's okay. The Democrats are going to win because they're going to get black voters, they're going to get Latino voters," and that's not at all guaranteed. So I never believe.
No, it's especially not guaranteed right now with the Republican strategy of almost said triangulation. Diagonalism is what we're talking about. We're going to get into this more and more and more in terms of understanding the way that they take people that are maybe even culturally like misaligned, right? A great example is, what do you think of when I say natural health, right? Hippies, granola crunching, vegan, paleo hippies, right? That's natural health. And it was natural health, right? And they were probably a decently reliable, the yoga enthusiasts, like, anybody that's into this like natural wellness, natural health, right, was a pretty reliable vote for the Democrats. And yet right now, if you look into that sector, you're gonna find a lot of conspiracy theorists. You're gonna find that QAnon like really found a home there. Now you're following on Twitch and YouTube. Congratulations and thank you. Welcome to both streams. Or even millennials for that matter. Young people. Oh my God. So I'm trying to read as much of chat as I can. I realize that I hardly get to any of you. If there's something that you really need me to address, right? Make sure you can always get my attention with a super chat. You also get a little, like, I think there's something that reads it out if it's $9.99 or more. CC Biden approved building more walls. Wait, there was something else. My cat can't open the door, but she does violently shake it when throwing her toys under it and trying to get them back. Oh my god. Wait, Biden approved building more of the border wall? Oh no. Wait, I feel like I missed somebody's. Oh my god, it must have been on the on the Twitter side. Yeah, patchouli oil. Oh. Oh wait, do I still have the Discord? Yeah, there's the Discord. Somebody asked about the Discord. The Discord is right there. Wait, what were we just talking about? That's a perennial question for the natural health community, right? Also known as stoners, Grateful Dead enthusiasts, big fans of jam bands, right? That's who you're thinking of. But yeah, if you check in with those people right now, you're gonna see that in the center of their deadhead symbol, you know, like the skull that has something in it. Oh my god, Buffy Geek, thank you for the gift sub to Wildcat Sabotabi. Welcome to the cat cult, Wildcat Sabotabi. Yeah, what's in there right now is Trump. What's in there is MAGA. All right, that is kind of wild, right? I've actually known somebody like this. I have like an uncle who was actually like a hippie, like, or of some kind, back when, you know, hippies were a thing, legitimate, like deadhead, right? And this guy, like I always thought he was all right until he was like, I don't know, when I look at Trump, I hear music, like the King Arthur music from Sword in the Stone. You know what I mean? Like, he's really excited for Trump, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, I don't really want to hang around that guy anymore. So they're eco-fascist and new age fascist. They slanted right into that, right? And it is because of diagonalism. It was because of people like Steve Bannon, and you know, QAnon in general. Like I said, QAnon's like a giant blob that just goes like everywhere, right? You know, it's like it's scooting around, right? And it's sliming everything, and then it sees the natural health community, and it's like, oh yeah, and it's just like envelops it like an amoeba, and incorporates it into its mass. Like that is, and yeah, like to be real, these are not people who are unfamiliar with a conspiracy theory, right? So yeah, that's one example. That's probably the most visible example of diagonalism. But when you start to recognize it, right, you're going to see how this works. You're going to recognize it from IDW. You're going to recognize it from Twitch politics, right? The purveyor of the largest political discord himself, Doobie, is a huge diagonalist. Like, that is his bread and butter, diagonalism, right? Basically using left-wing logic against left-wing positions. Like, right? I mean, like, look, free speech, right? You know, that's a liberal value. I mean, you're familiar with this.
In that. And so, and the identity politics generally doesn't work.
Biden waived 26 federal laws to allow for the border wall.
But the idea that, hey, it's okay, the next generation never saves us, isn't true. And everybody always says,
I mean, he's been bad on immigration, but that is, I say this with no happiness, but that is a bit of a
dingus gambit.
Like, honestly, what a weasel.
Oh, well, you know, we are going to get more conservative as we get older. Well, I quote in the book meta studies that show that's not at all true. In fact, your political leanings get set between the ages of 14 and 24. Every study shows this. And is it true for everyone? No, but is it true generally? Definitely. And so one of the examples that I give, Haas, is that back in 2011,
I mean, this is bad. Even from a pragmatic, you know, get a Democrat elected viewpoint, the stuff that he's doing is not going to help him. The stuff that he's doing is, like, every time a Democrat leaves somebody behind, every time the Democrat sells a constituency out, you know, right? People that vote for them, and then the Democrats are like, oh, you're kind of inconvenient, you got to go under the bus, right? that is what provides these opportunities for the Steve Bannons of the world. They are paying attention. And like, I can't help but think that maybe, just maybe, like, their insistence in giving up constituencies is what's enabling these opportunities for Republicans to make inroads in groups that you would not think of as Republican voters.
Did a normal study, and they found out that people above 65 years old were the most likely to vote Republican. And generally speaking, they grew up in the older generation, that kind of Gen X, et cetera, grew up in the Reagan times. And actually, they were just as conservative when they were younger.
God, I got matcha all
but
over
above
everything.
85 was super liberal. And the reason for that is because they grew
Like
up with
voting Democrat is a bit of a dingus gambit.
FDR, LBJ, JFK, some range of that, right? And those guys stayed progressive
Well, there's
their
also
whole lives.
I know, but there's like also at that point, how many fucking 85-year-olds exist? You know what I mean? I feel like that.
No, that's not.
That yields
it's not
a
about,
lot of.
like right now. Those guys are 97, right? That's not the
There's
issue.
like 8 of them.
No. The issue is that it's totally bullshit that people become more conservative as they get older. It's not at all true, and it's not backed up by the
Highest butt.
data. And this generation,
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that the only reasonable, the only thing that I would agree with on that data point is that it is totally, entirely pegged to their economic circumstances.
And the economic circumstances of the younger generation is very, very unfortunately are fucked.
Yeah, no. That's why I'm saying like that is a dingus gambit. Ostensibly, the only reason that I think the younger generations, as they get older and are devoid.
Yeah, like the question of whether age is a factor of political ideology. This is a boomer idea. Like this is the thing. Like, look, when you like, I'm not trying to say it with a pejorative. I'm not trying to be ageist here or anything. I am just talking about culture of generations, okay? And there's something about the baby boomer generation where maybe because they were like, they're called the baby boomers because after the war, like after World War II, a lot of people had babies. And so there's a big generation. It's bigger than the generation that came before it. It's bigger than the generations that came after it. So it's just giant, like, and because of that, because they had the numbers, maybe they have more of a sense that the world revolves around them than other generations. And in some ways it really did. You know, it's like the American century, right? The America going from being one of 2 superpowers to being the global hegemon, which is different than Pokemon or Digimon. A hegemon is a separate kind of monster entirely, and not nearly as cute. But becoming the global hegemon, like, you know, everything, the end of history, right? Everything about that boomer mentality just is like this weirdly centralized sense of false stability. And so, you know, they had these rules that they like kind of superimpose on everything, including people that come after them and are living in a fundamentally different world. And this is like the idea that when you're young, you're gonna be liberal, you're gonna want to things to change. You get a little bit older, you buy a house, now you're centrist and you just want like stability. And you get really old and you start missing the old days and you become conservative. That's literally, like, I've heard that from so many people of that generation. And it's probably not true. It's probably it was true you know, in their time. And so they're associating those characteristics with age when really there's so much more. Hasan talked about the material conditions for Zoomers and millennials and how different they are than they were for Xers or Boomers or beyond, right? So this is it's a new environment, and you can't really assume that the people's viewpoints are gonna change just with age.
Of the same opportunities. A prior older generations had.
It's a very bad excuse. They brag about it too. They brag about it. When I was young, I was liberal, so I have a heart. And now that I'm old, I'm conservative, so I have a brain. What about your courage? What about your courage, Boomer? Where did that come from? Where did that go, right? You got the Tin Man. You got the Scarecrow. Where is the Cowardly Lion? You got no courage. You wouldn't stand up to anything. You were so happy with the status quo. Meanwhile, you're being lied to by your government. You're worried about what the Soviet Union and other, international communism was doing. Meanwhile, your own government is running ops on you throughout the entire American century. You are the biggest suckers out there, and you never fought back. Because you got no courage. There you go, Boomer. You like that? No, God, now I'm being mean. I said I wasn't going to be mean. I said I wasn't going to be ageist. It's not about age. It's not about age. There are definitely some boomers that defy the stereotype out there. But, just as a response to that whole, I was a Democrat when I was younger and I have a heart, and now I'm a Republican when I'm older, so I have a brain. Yeah, you don't have courage. That's what you're missing. That's what you've always been missing. NCC triggering the boomers. The border wall video. Okay, let's take. What a dick, though. Can I say that about Biden? Is it legal to call the president a dick? Can I say that Joe Biden is an enormous dickhead? All right, let's hear about Biden and the skibbity border wall.
The go-ahead for a new border wall in South Texas. The president had to waive 26 federal laws to okay the wall. This despite promising not to build another foot.
What does he think that he's doing by this also? Like, what does he think he's doing?
Of the wall if elected. Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang and ABC News political director Rick Klein join me now for more on this. Selena, this is a stark reversal for the Biden administration. What's the White House saying about that?
What are they thinking?
It is, Diana. Now the Department of Homeland Security is saying that there is an urgent and critical need to build physical barriers to deal with this influx and rise in illegal border crossings. The president, the Biden administration, is allowing for this new construction of a section in southern Texas. This is a very high traffic area. But as you say, this is a very stark reversal. Biden had been staunchly opposed to Trump's border policies. And in 2020, he said he would not build another foot of the wall if he was elected.
Gen X exists.
But the fact that this major reversal is taking place, it just goes to show how difficult the migrant crisis, border security has become as his administration struggles to deal with it, becoming a central topic, not just on Capitol Hill.
Gen X does exist, and there's like a lot of different opinions of Gen X as well, right? In terms of I've heard some people say Boomer Jr. That's not how the Gen Xers in my life are. Put on a shirt. If you're young and you're not liberal, you don't have a heart. If you're an adult and you're not a conservative, you don't have a brain. If you're old and you aren't a leftist, you don't have any courage. Yeah, there we go. Oh, put it on a shirt. Yeah. That's a lot for a shirt, but I mean, some shirts go hard. Boomers love to claim that millennials are entitled special snowflakes and that love avocado toast. While the opposite is true, Xers pretend that they were so ignored, while Zoomers call them the Karen and Kyle generation. I could see that.
But also leading up into the 2024 presidential election. An important note here, though, is that
obviously generations are a huge oversimplification. Let us not forget
that the money being used for this, it was already approved by Congress back in 2019, specifically for border wall construction. This also, meanwhile, happening while...
What is the five-head strategy? Anybody want to speculate in chat? What is Biden thinking? What is his galaxy brain strategy here.
Biden is facing pressure from all sides. Democrats from places like New York and Illinois criticizing Biden for not doing more to deal with this migrant crisis. Diane.
Selena, the move's being criticized by environmental advocates and by other Democrats. What are some of their key arguments?
Well, Diane, many Democrats have argued that a border wall is both ineffective and needless. They say there are better uses for taxpayer money, whether that's investing in better border technology, more personnel at the border, and really addressing the root cause of migration. In fact, just this morning, we have heard from Congressman Henry Cuellar. He's a Democratic representative from Texas, and he had these strong words to say, quote, "A border wall is a 14th century solution to a 21st century problem. It will not bolster border security in Stark County. I continue to stand against the wasteful spending of taxpayer dollars on an ineffective border wall." But Diane, to put things into context,
I've got a question. Border wall or boomer wall?
this plan under the Biden administration, it would add up to 20 miles of border wall. In comparison, under the Trump administration, around 450 miles of barriers were built. And as you say, not just criticism from Democrats, but also from environmental advocates. They say this wall would cut right through the heart of habitats for endangered plants and species. But this major reversal, again, just showing how much pressure Biden is under here.
Now, Rick, Biden had criticized Trump's border policy and promised in 2020.
Like, is he? That is not how I experience. That's not how I perceive this. Yeah, I'm the most pro fashion president in history. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to imagine now. I'm trying to imagine what kind of reaction that he wants to engender from racists. Like, right? What does he think they're gonna do? Because, like, the last thing in the world they're gonna do, even if he does literally Trump's policy, even if he goes out there, builds a giant golden statue of Donald Trump in the front of the White House and calls Trump the greatest president in history, they're it's not gonna change anything.
To not build another foot of the wall if he was elected.
The generation before Boomer called Groomer?
Now Trump is
the greatest generation. Wait, which one? There's the greatest generation and there's the silent generation.
criticizing Biden for this delayed border wall construction. What does this do?
I feel like maybe the silent generation were like the Xers of their day.
For Biden politically?
Well, Trump is asking for an apology. I don't think he's going
to. Like, Biden's a silent generation, right?
To get that from President Biden. But I think the stark political consequences is real. On the one hand, yeah, this is definitely a reversal, a flip-flop. It's a change from a campaign pledge, but it is one.
Breaking news, Biden breaks another promise.
The Biden administration feels is driven by the facts. To see the Homeland Security Secretary say that there's an acute and immediate need for this, they're citing the funding from a couple of years ago, but they're saying this is necessary, and they're adjusting to facts on the ground. And the reality of the chaos that we've seen at the border. The other side of it, though, is that you've got Democrats now saying that you basically can't tell the difference between Biden and Trump on border policies. Beto O'Rourke, a one-time rival of President Biden's for the nomination, a former congressman from the El Paso area, is out on the X platform, formerly known as Twitter, saying just that walls don't work, that this is a broken promise, and that this is a missed opportunity to address the broken asylum system in the country. If you go back to the idea of walls, he's saying it's not going to work and it's actually going to be counterproductive.
Now, Rick, the Biden administration also waived 26 federal laws to do this, including the Clean Air Act, the Safe Drinking Water Act, the Endangered Species Act. Clearly, Democrats
don't care about anything, any of the priorities that they pretend to. God damn.
By and large, aren't happy with that. But could this win him more support with moderates? And just what went into making this happen?
Well, I think beyond the politics of this is the events are such that it was untenable from the position of the Homeland Security Department to say that you're not going to use appropriated funds to build additional barriers. And it's not a small step to waive these federal laws that are ones that the Biden administration largely supports. It's not like they're waiving things that were passed by Donald Trump to do this. They're using funds that Donald Trump requested, were approved in the Trump era, and now waiving things that Democrats generally support. So on the one hand, this is, again, just trying to quell a chaotic situation and a critical situation at the border. It was the influx of people that are crossing.
Am I watching Fox News? like the critical danger at the border.
Into the United States illegally. It's
And they never explain what they're talking about, like, right?
possible that if this is a less of an acute problem, you can see it being a political benefit. But keep in mind the pressures that Biden continues to face inside his own base.
Look at these centrist analysts, right? This is like,
particularly among younger voters, voters of color. There's a lot of skepticism. And when you have a broken promise that's this...
flagrant. Flagrant is the word that you're looking for.
This black and white, this cut and dried, it's hardly a good argument to go bring back to the base. So I think there's going to be a lot of Democrats voicing their concern over the next 24, 48 hours.
All right, Selena Wang, Rick Klein, thank you both.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here.
The former president just getting here within the last few minutes, just leaving here.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, big news. Oh boy, big news. I haven't heard big news. Oh boy, CNN is more. So Donald Trump, oh boy, oh man. Here's a video of so Donald, big news. Donald
Trump. Big news.
A lot of excitement out here for this. I had an opportunity.
A lot of excitement
to talk to him and ask him several questions. Here's some of our day.
There he is arriving in LA to do what? He's ripping off Biden. What is going on? What is going on? Do you see what I see? Biden is taking Trump's shtick, and Trump is taking Biden's ice cream?
And his fans are delighted by the sweet surprise.
Is he gonna call himself Dark Donald next? Is he gonna do a Biden blast?
We're the only local TV station invited to ride in the...
We're the only local TV station. You're a bunch of fascists then, I'm sorry. Like, the only TV station, Donald Trump selected you. He was like, no. I want Fox 11. Fox 11 is the good TV station. All the other TV stations, we're talking about local news too, right? Local news is incredibly conservative, even in big cities, right? But only Fox 11 were big enough sycophants to get the approval of the Donald.
Motorcade from the GOP convention in Anaheim. With Secret Service protection, the former president is able to shut down the freeway, which makes rush hour commute a whole lot easier.
It'll be incredibly easy when they shut down the entire country under fascism. You've never seen an easier commute, folks. You've never seen it. All the democratic cities will be locked down. They're not allowed to go anywhere. Only if you're a very rich person who donates to Trump. That's right. We get sign of things to come. What about the ice cream, Donald? What about the ice cream?
Stage a hero's welcome for Trump.
You guys
you guys are glazing him the fuck up. Damn, Fox 11 Los Angeles. Damn.
The future of the Republican Party right here.
South Carolina.
Like, save some for later.
Senator Tim Scott talking up his presidential campaign in the afternoon. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking to the evening crowd.
As I see the things that are
But the hero's welcome was for Donald Trump himself, who everyone loves.
California, this is basically the petri dish.
It is a petri dish
in this country.
For Red Tide.
But a big chunk of this convention clearly loyal to Trump. Why is it so important for you to see Donald Trump in person?
For me, it's like one in a lifetime.
I love the way he stands up for what he believes in.
I want somebody to answer because they want to make sure they didn't try to replace him with a robot, right? That's why it's so important to see Donald Trump in person. That's why it's so important for me to remember that in 14 minutes, we've got an ad break. So I should probably remind people slightly before then that the ad break is coming up.
And he's fighting for us.
And that's me trying to remind myself of what I want to remind you of.
The former president told me that his message to California is things are tough right here, but it can get better. He also talked about Senator Feinstein. I asked him about her. He said he knew her pretty well and that it's a really sad day. The fact
Chat, feel free to judge me, okay? I throw myself at the mercy of the chat, okay? Am I bad because I hate guys like this more than I hate, like, hogs? Like the LA Republican. You know what I'm saying? The NYC Republican, right? There's something about the Republicans in blue states it's just like infinitely more hateable than the MAGA chuds. I don't know if I'm wrong or I'm right for that. Am I being based? Am I being based enough for you? That is a legit hate. Okay, so I'm not like a bad person for feeling that way, because really, I mean, they're both just like, and like honestly, I guess like he's doing less harm. You know, he's voting in California. His vote just disappears into an ocean of Biden, whereas you know, the vote in the red state or in the purple state is gonna you know, be giving Trump electors. But
she died.
Oh my God. Okay, so that is wild. That it was like a parking lot. That's so funny. He's like flexing the fact that it's an easy commute because they literally shut down the highway. They literally shut down the highway. That is one thing that really sucks about Trump having become president, is that he gets Secret Service protection for the rest of his life, right? So instead of having to just like actually deal with life as a private citizen, he gets to shut down the highway. It was a 405. What? Oh no, that is the central like artery of LA. If you're unaware, right? That goes around the city basically. I don't know. I feel like all Republicans are the same to me. I mean, you're probably right, Sarah.
Because like a lot of the current,
I have no reason to hate that guy more,
that we have in this country is trapped in like baby boomers and Gen Xers. Like they are like the last remaining generation.
Have you all got money?
With access to any kind of assets, homes, things of that nature. You're coming.
I thought that Gen X was like, they're like alternative people. They're like grunge people from the 90s, right? That's Gen X, right? They like, they watch Reality Bites. And they don't, like, they live in shitty apartments, like, right? They have money now? The slackers? The slackers got money? Half of us have money, the other half don't. Yeah.
To a situation where you have like permanent renters that will never be able to purchase a home.
So part of the reason
that changes their,
like yours truly,
their dynamic, that changes their
100%.
political perspective.
And this is all going towards exactly my point, which is, look, part of the reason that the younger generations, or both millennials and Gen Z, are so progressive is cultural factors, right? But the other reason is
explain the young generation to us, Cenk.
Economic factors that nobody ever talks about. They have no chance of buying a home for the great majority of those generations, right?
There we go.
Everything for them is much harder. Student debt is infinitely higher. They're much more tied to corporate rule and have become chattel in a lot of ways. And they're rebelling against that. Besides which, this isn't arguable. They would have...
Would you like find another word to describe that, maybe? Am I being a woke scold here, chat? I mean, Chud Logic is... Look at her, she's there woke scolding Cenk. All he said was turned into literal chattel, and she's freaking out. Look at this SJW.
Have to change the dynamic of those generations massively over the next 1 to 5 years for the Republicans to be able to win, right? So... because in the 2020 elections, even the states within the Democratic Party that Bernie lost, he would win under 45-year-olds with 40, 50-point margins, even after the race was largely over. So, like, the handwriting's on the wall. And by the way, what saved the Democrats in the 2022 midterms? Younger voters. What saved Joe Biden in 2020? 11% more younger voters showed up. That's the only reason he won. And so this is all trending, not just towards Democrats.
Not just younger people, I think.
But so, Cenk, why don't you get on TikTok, right? You have something to say to the younger generation, and I'm sure they're going to love you. Just put yourself out there. Put yourself out there on TikTok. Do a few trends. Do a few dances. See how that, yeah. I feel like all you need to do is get like a fitted sports cap, turn it backwards, and get a skateboard, and get like a T-shirt that says music band. Like that's my favorite rock group is Music Band. I love, and be like, hello fellow kids, what is up on TikTok? I'm Cenk Uygur here.
But towards progressives.
I don't think it's just younger people.
Cenk Uygur here to take the hot chip challenge.
I think it's also it was white people in general. Like there are more white people now voting for Joe Biden than they did before with Hillary Clinton.
Look, there's a lot of different demographics.
That's a huge demographic shift.
I know, but those things shift. They go back and forth, and now all of a sudden Trump's up to 42% with Latinos. He's up to 20% with African Americans. So I'm not relying on that.
I would not want to see Cenk dancing on TikTok. Well, if you cut it up with cap cut, it should be okay, right? Match it to the beat and everything. Yeah, I mean, you could make him look good. He could do the skibbity bop 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 do. Yeah. Like, could you imagine that?
1%. But I have not seen anything that challenges the numbers.
I don't think the 20% number is real, but you know.
It might be an outlier. It might not be exactly right. But the bottom line is, I've never seen a compelling case for demographics saving the Democrats or progressives other than age. And age is the biggest demographic and the biggest difference maker. And so there's other factors too.
Latinos are not a race for FFS.
Media.
So how are you going to activate younger voters to go out and vote? Because out of the voter eligible population, younger voters are poorer on average, and poorer equals less likely to vote in general. Poorer equals less time off from work, a job that you're most likely trapped in the service sector. How are you going to get young people to go out and vote? This conundrum is the reason why a problem that even Bernie Sanders was unable to solve is the reason why he didn't win in the primaries. That was a big part of the problem.
So I hear you. Those are generally problems, but it's not that Bernie Sanders didn't solve it. So first of all, Bernie Sanders won the first 3 states, as we all know, right? And what happened then is mainstream media activated the older voters to vote in droves against Bernie.
That's not entirely true. Like, look, I mean, I feel like anybody who knows anything about Bernie's campaign will tell you that they had a particular problem in terms of outreach to the black community, and where they really started running into troubles was South Carolina, was the first primary state where they had a decent number of black voters. And, you know, this goes back to the fact that the Clintons are a known quantity, you know, to some extent to black voters. Bernie was not. And so that means that you kind of need to, you know, you need to make him one. And this did not exactly didn't happen.
Right. So normally after you win the first state, let alone the first 3 states, you get a significant amount of positive coverage. And I have the numbers and the data in the book. But of course, Bernie got like 3 times.
Did I say something epic and then burp? I feel like
negative coverage.
Okay. We're saying the same thing. You're just saying
no. But my point is
full on goblin mode, NCC style.
At that point, even with mainstream media,
goblin mode, right? Chat. I'm so lazy when it comes to eating. I just put like mashed potatoes in with like navy beans and some kale and some mushroom, and I mean it's pretty good actually. But it seems like such a not real food, not real meal.
Yeah, just blasting Bernie.
Like powdered mashed potatoes and canned beans.
You're talking about executions in Central Park and giving Biden enormous positive coverage, etc. Obama rallying everyone, Buttigieg, etc., etc. Still, if it was 4 years later, Biden would have lost to Bernie because of the age demographics. Just couldn't do it with 45-year-old and under enough. Like if he had gone to, if it was like 49-year-olds and under, Bernie almost certainly would have won.
So wait, Cenk was talking about the 2020 then, not 2016, which is what I was talking about.
So, and here we are,
Mystery
4 years
Bowl.
later.
Yeah, basically.
So, look, it
looks like clam
written
chowder.
in stone? Of course not. But is it as dire as people think?
Honestly,
Not even close.
Does anybody else? Okay, I don't eat meat. I haven't eaten meat for a really long time, but I remember really liking clam chowder. There is something, and yes, of course, I'm talking about New English clam chowder, not that atrocity, that other clam chowder that we will not speak of. Actually, aren't there like 3 types of clam chowder? I feel like there's one that never gets mentioned. We should make up a type of clam chowder that doesn't actually exist and then make it a meme and make emotes of it. You know what I'm saying? Like some place that doesn't even have clams, right? Chicago style clam chowder. Do you like that Chicago style? It's the really thick clam chowder. There's like layers. It's in layers, right? We got the Chicago style clam chowder. Obama rallying behind Biden despite you don't have to do this, Joe. Oh, that's what he said behind the scenes as far as running Manhattan clam chowder. Yeah, I'm not. Look, I don't know. Let me be real, okay? I have never eaten Manhattan clam chowder. However, because of how good New England clam chowder is, I don't want to try. I feel like I'm gonna ruin clam chowder. Also, I don't eat clams. So, like, yes, check this out though. If you're a vegan, you can have clam chowder, but it is an interesting recipe to say the least, right? There's this thing called gluten. It's like a flour. You can get it, and you roll it like a dough. And you roll it into like a flat thing, and then you cut strips out of it, and then you cut those strips into like these little bits, right? And it makes this chewy, like when you boil it, it makes this like chewy kind of meaty substance, right? You take that and you soak it in seaweed water to get the taste of the clam approximated, right? Because obviously you're not going to use clams in a vegan clam chowder. So that's how it works.
I think we're definitely.
Yo, California clam chowder, it's very light and with kale. Yeah, it's like in a salad. That's the joke about California clam chowder, is that you're actually just taking, you know, clams, putting them on a salad, and then with like a nice vinaigrette or something as the dressing, and that's your clam chowder.
The favorites, not the underdogs. And Haas, here's another giant factor: media. So
clams are awesome. Plenty of mercury to go with those lead from water pipes.
We all know mainstream media.
Vegas style clam chowder is like roulette, but with clams. You never know what you're gonna get.
Hates progressives and destroys us at every turn, right? And so they activate the older voters, etc. But now they're losing their power. But here's a really important fact that people don't absorb enough. Now, for most of the television networks, their costs are higher than their revenue.
Okay, this is
Are
true.
they really going to be able to last 5 more years of bleeding out? So at some point, this doesn't just wither away, it capsizes, right? Meanwhile, what's happened? You know, TYT's happened, you've happened, tons of like new streamers progress, and almost all of them are progressive.
Oh my God, I can't believe I didn't get the shout out. Like, right, he's already said my name once. I'm getting the shout out, chat. I don't know how, but my name is somehow in everybody's mouth now. Even Cenk said no comment.
Right? So we've got some right-wingers trying their best, spreading sexism, bigotry, racism,
I think right-wing media is significantly more popular. I wouldn't say that like they're popular because they have more like genuine grassroots support, but they're popular in the same exact material reasons as to why CNN cuts corporate propaganda, MSNBC cuts corporate propaganda, and Fox News is the most popular news broadcast. They have moneyed interests backing them, whereas like real progressive content has to
Florida style clam chowder is made with ham and bacon. Oh no.
Revolve on
that's right, bacon makes everything better.
Revolve around, or if they want to be sustainable, heavily rely on like subscriptions, and that is incredibly difficult. There's nothing as good as just like having unlimited wads of money from concentrated wealth that will give you a couple billion here, a couple billion there, and that is precisely the reason why Daily Wire is fucking, taking our lunch money all day, every fucking day. Think about it this way: the Steven Crowder $50 million conversation. I would say, not to toot my own horn here, but
wait. How much bigger is XQC than Hasan? Because XQC got 100 million, right? XQC got double of what Steven Crowder did. Now, I know XQC is bigger than Hasan, but like, how many times bigger? Is it that out of... I mean, like, look, here's the deal, though. With the $100 for XQC, with the, 50 million for... What was it, Ludwig or somebody? Right? There's a lot of streamers signing on to platforms to be exclusive for big... Oh, wait, XQC didn't even... Oh, my God, that's right. There's no exclusivity. Oh, ad break. Oh! It's not giving me a warning. It's not giving me a warning. It's just throwing people into the ad break, and there they go. There they go into the maelstrom of ads.
Probably more popular a figure overall than Steven Crowder. There is no $50 million deal coming my way. That is unimaginable. That would never happen in a million years, because Steven Crowder doesn't have to generate $50 million in revenue. He just...
It's just like a mashed potato soup. Like, I used too much water. Yeah.
Has to keep saying the right things, and billionaire-backed...
XQC has to work really hard to make that content. Yeah, exactly.
Independent media that is basically cutting the same exact propaganda.
He's got to practice doing the worm.
That Fox News cuts will keep funneling money to those places.
Yeah. So I understand our disadvantages very well, because I'm in this business, right? But look, even with all of our disadvantages, TYT gets about 5 billion views a year.
It looks too weird to eat on stream. Like, what's she eating? Porridge? Is she Goldilocks? Are there 3 bears in the house? Possibly.
So
it's 2 cats.
Daily Wire can kiss my ass. All the right wingers combined can kiss my ass. And so the good news is I'm not just a good host. We have a lot of great hosts on TYT. I'm a really good businessman. And so I have maintained us in business for 21 years in an impossible industry. We built a network of progressives, and we just keep on winning. So they're not going to be able to get rid of us. We're going to win, and then when we get more resources, we're going to dominate even more. So the problem, the advantage that the right wing has is infinite money, and the left has almost no money at all, right?
And the advantage that Hasan has is like a mini fridge full of energy drinks.
But the disadvantage that the right wing has
what's he
is
drinking?
that they're
Is he
not
drinking
popular.
a Prime? Chad, is he gonna drink a Prime?
We say things that are popular, and people like what we're saying because it's in favor of them, right? The right wing has garbage.
Oh my God, tamales are so good.
That says, "Oh, rich people are great. You should give all of your money."
It's worse. Oh, listen, when Hasan eats, look, if I was Hasan, I'd be going like this. Like, he literally puts his head down, like out of frame in order to eat, right? So it's like you can kind of see his head there, but you don't really see his food on stream, and I'm sure there's a reason for that.
Rich people. This show brought to you by rich people.
When I get clipped slurping down runny mashed potatoes by some sussy baka.
That shit's never going to be ultimately that popular. And part of the reason why
but that's why they always move around and try to latch on to
I can't stop eating it. Look,
focus tested talking points on deeply and undesirably unpopular policy positions that they have. That's why nobody says we want to criminalize abortion and like lock women up. That
wait, is Jinx sounding very Trumpian? Yeah, there was something going on with him. Wait, what if there's like a Trumpification process? Yeah. Okay, check this out. All right, this NCC conspiracy corner. Are you ready? I better be ready, because I'm gonna do it anyway. All right, here's my conspiracy. Maybe Donald Trump, as we know him, is just patient 1 of some kind of weird cosmic space virus, right? Comes into the atmosphere through radiation, through electromagnetism, like just like magnets into there. And it does something to people of a certain age, right? And like Trump was just the first victim of it, right? And everything about Trump, all the most effed up, I can't believe it, shit is not really have anything to do with Donald Trump, because Donald Trump was just a reality host. He was just a celebutante in the 80s, and he was a reality show host, right? And he should have never even run for president. But the alien brain virus ate his brain, and that's what causes him to be like this. And we're seeing Cenk now acting very Trumpian, talking in a Trumpian manner, thinking almost like Trump, and you're just gonna see it like other people as they age up, right? As they become boomers, because that's how generations work. Eventually all of us will become boomers. That's right. Join the boomer generation. Yeah, because the boomers will live forever. They're gonna invent. That's what's gonna happen, chat. Just before the boomers would die off, they're gonna invent some kind of technology that lets them drink our plasma and live forever. And it's gonna be young blood. That's gonna be the only job. Is being somebody's blood boy, blood girl, or blood envy, right? You're gonna have to pick. You're gonna have to pick one of those. Are the only options. Is you're gonna go down and get your blood drained, right? They're gonna change the regulations so you can give more blood.
Have a pregnancy and want to exercise their bodily autonomy. They say we're pro-life.
Maybe it's everybody else who got infected. Oh, there's an even better conspiracy theory that got infected by a space virus that makes people tolerate or even admire that kind of ridiculous egotism. You're writing a dystopia right now. I mean, it sounds pretty bad, but I mean, does it sound wrong? Oh no, what is wrong with me? This is going dark. This was so bad. I listened to this today at work. You're talking about me. No, you're talking about them. I get it. I'm teasing Patrick Craig.
Life.
I'm teasing.
Life begins at conception.
I feel like I don't tease chat enough because like I'm always afraid that somebody's gonna take me seriously when I tease, and that would suck. That would suck. But
and when
Young Blood is my rap name. Yes.
There is an anti-Catholic, anti-Christian slant in the United States of America, which there is. Then they change the conversation around from even someone
now
like
I'm imagining some streamer who I hate, and I'm going to get my blood drawn for them to like, oh my god, chat. Oh my god, where's this coming from? This sounds like the plot to some kind of very dark video game, don't you think? Like, this is definitely an Atlas game of some type. I don't know if it's SMT. I don't know if it's Soul Hackers or any of the myriad of of Atlas games that I have not played. But I know it's by Atlas. I know it's definitely, that's an Atlas gaming plot right there. Square Enix would never write that plot. It's got to be Atlas. It's got to be Atlas Gaming.
Piro, who is very religious, like he doesn't hide that. They changed the narrative around from, instead of talking about like how
like in the future I'm gonna have to figure out how to have like a lot of blood, just have like extra.
Life begins at conception is a Christian talking point,
wild.
and therefore
I don't know
you
how that
have
would
to
work.
abide by it because America's a Christian nation. They move towards how this is actually a moral argument. This is the scientific argument. Like this kind of paradigm shift, this kind of like propagandizing and the mechanism that backs it is all too powerful.
Oh shit, I'll be a vampire. Yes, there we go. That's the way to get extra blood, obviously. You become a vamp. Hey, it's simple. If you're in an Atlas game, okay, becoming a vampire is like, that's like easy mode, okay?
Because once again, it goes back to concentration of wealth. So
wait, the Trauma Center games by Atlas? Are you just like referring to all Atlas games?
It doesn't really matter. Like there is,
or like
Daily Wire is more successful than both of us combined. I'm sorry, that is just the reality.
No, not in terms of views. In terms of money,
I don't
have more
think
money.
so. I think that they are very.
You think they get more than 5 billion views a year?
Maybe since like trans people aren't allowed to compete in sports, I will just have a cis athlete drink my plasma and stay young forever. Continue to win those gold medals that I would have obviously taken from her unfairly. It was a surgery series by Atlas? Seriously? Like, are you talking about like that surgeon Simulator, like that kind of game?
I don't know what metrics you're working with when you say 5 billion views a year. I don't know if you're just simply talking about.
I guess I didn't know how deep the rabbit hole went when it comes to Atlas. That sounds really
YouTube.
Facebook,
Yeah,
Roku,
you're talking about
Pluto,
YouTube, Facebook,
Snap, you name it.
That's great. If Daily Wire is on all of those platforms with the exception of Snap, I think probably I would assume that they're not on Snapchat. And yes, they probably get significantly more. I don't have like access to their media deck, but their Facebook numbers blow everyone else's out of the water. Time and time again, every single Daily Wire content creator is absolutely at the top of the leaderboard in terms of impressions, in terms of readers, in terms of everything.
So Haas, let me give you my perspective and context on it. So since I'm like completely on mainstream media, where we didn't have any options at all, and I write about that a little bit in chapter 5, and that turned everybody Republican. And the reason for that was that they would tell you like Ronald Reagan is the Gipper and he's a cowboy and he's awesome and America's a shining city on a hill. And that's what.
Cenk. Okay, here's the deal. Right. If you're familiar with like Reagan lore, that's like, okay, yeah, I get it. But if you're not, you just told a whole bunch of nonsense, right? The Gipper? What was that? Like, I just feel like I just flashed back to the 70s. Like, what?
Daily Wire.
I feel like I was just in a Western movie. Like, what was that?
Too powerful because, once again, it goes back to concentration of wealth. So
oh my God,
it doesn't really matter. Like there is, Daily Wire is more successful than both of us combined. I'm sorry, that is just the reality.
No, not in terms of views. In terms of money,
I don't
have more money.
So. I think that they are very.
You think they get more than 5 billion views a year?
I don't know what metrics you're working with when you say 5 billion views a year. I don't know if you're just simply talking about YouTube.
Facebook,
Yeah,
Roku,
you're talking about
Pluto,
YouTube, Facebook,
Snap, you name it.
That's great. If Daily Wire is on all of those platforms with the exception of Snap, I think probably I would assume that they're not on Snapchat. And yes, they probably get significantly more. I don't have like access to their media deck, but their Facebook numbers blow everyone else's out of the water. Time and time again, every single Daily Wire content creator is absolutely at the top of the leaderboard in terms of impressions, in terms of readers, in terms of everything.
So Haas, let me give you my perspective and context on it. So
let me break it down for you. Cenk, you need to sit down backwards on the chair, first of all, when you say that, okay? And you need to have a baseball cap which you promptly turn backwards. I believe that is the type of moment that you would be trying to have with your nephew here.
Since I'm like a generation older than you, I grew up completely on mainstream media where we didn't have any options at all. And I write about that a little bit in
Did you have to walk uphill both ways to school in the snow?
chapter 5, and that turned everybody Republican. And speaking.
Wait, what turned everybody? Oh my God. Having to walk, not having a lot of access to different media. That's what he's talking about. Like, right?
Write about that a little bit in chapter 5, and that turned everybody Republican. And
of everything.
So Haas, let me give you my perspective and context.
Oh my God,
on
we gotta
it.
go through it again, don't we?
Since I'm like a generation older than you, I grew up completely on mainstream media where we didn't have any options at all. And I write about that a little bit in chapter 5. And
tell them about how you didn't have any options as far as porn. Like
that turned everybody Republican. And the reason for that was that they would tell you like Ronald Reagan is the Gipper and he's a cowboy and he's awesome and America's a shining city on a hill and that's what Republicans stand for. And Democrats are weak losers like Michael Dukakis looking funny in a tank. And they all did it 24/7. There was no other option, just corporate media. And so I think conservative voters.
Is that true? Is that true? Because like, I mean, my understanding of Reagan is that he wasn't exactly he wasn't the favorite when he started out. Like people were skeptical about Reagan when he started running.
Have some redeeming values. We could talk about that if you want, but all Republican politicians and all Republican media figures are liars. Okay, they have to lie because they can't say, hey, I want you to take all your money and give it to the rich. That's their actual objective, and they can't ever say that. And then you can say it about 100 different things. They can't say, hey, I want you to smoke cigarettes and get cancer because they pay me. Hey, I want you to take guns and shoot yourselves because...
What if the space virus made it so that they had to? Right? What if they got affected by the space virus too? And for them, the effect was that they would just say, like, yeah, no, I'm taking your money. I'm taking the value you contribute to society and making sure it all goes to the top itty bitty percentile at the very top.
The gun manufacturers pay.
They like explain like they explain like labor theory value to you as they are extracting your labor. They're just like completely honest, and they're gleeful, and they're like cartoon villains, and they're like, "Hee, I will do this next and trick you into worrying about trans people in sports, when you should be more concerned about the fact that the rents are going up all over your city and that you'll never be able to buy a house. But no, instead you'll be thinking about trans people." Yeah, like a really evil villain.
Me, I want you to destroy the planet because ExxonMobil pays me. They're never going to say any of that. So it's one lie after another, and we call them talking points. But these days, even if you were right and Daily Wire is slightly larger than TYT, or TYT slightly larger than Daily Wire...
Wait, you had to find corn in the woods?
It doesn't matter, because what matters is that they can't stop us,
to unscramble the corn,
and 1,000 other streamers out there. And we're going to get the message out. And so, like, now some of their old talking points sound so dumb and asinine. And so when they try their things about, like, oh, trickle-down economics. When I was growing up, the media actually brainwashed people into thinking trickle-down economics was real.
Yeah, same... Okay.
And now we've destroyed that. Anyone who says trickle-down economics is considered a total joke.
We didn't destroy that. I don't think that we destroy that. I think, like, objective reality and the lack of that promise destroyed it significally more than
objective reality was always against it, Haas. It wasn't even close.
I know, but people started people after 30, 40 years of neoliberal austerity recognize now that, like, that is complete bullshit. Now it doesn't matter because people still do the same thing. They move as soon as the established narrative, the norms that people recognize.
You got to get the corn unscrambler. The virus amplifies narcissism, and the strongest alphas suppress the virus via pheromones in the weaker humans who then vote for the alpha.
Are at odds.
It's starting to sound like StarCraft.
With whatever the media is saying.
Not to be confused with Star Trek.
Or are at odds with what, like, right-wing moneyed interests are trying to pump, then ultimately they move on to the next thing. I am in agreement with what you're saying, but, like, ultimately, you know, the market collapse in 2008 probably did significantly more for people to understand that, like, trickle-down economics was bullshit from the jump than anything else. Like, that is a major... That played a major role in people losing confidence in, like, a lot of economists and what they were saying, which they should lose confidence in because these guys are they're spreading poison. But
wait, do you agree with Hasan on this? Like, the idea that he's proposing here is that everybody knows now that trickle down is a joke. That it's, like, literally like, yes, piss on me, trickle down. That's what happens. That's what that's how you lose monetization. That is what happens, and it's not good to get trickled down on, right? It's not cool, right? But, like, in the 80s, what Cenk is talking about is, I guess, that it just, like, really sold. It was marketable, despite the fact that even people in the Republican Party made fun of Reagan's economic policies, right? And yeah, trickle down never worked, obviously, but I don't know. Are people as savvy of that fact now as Hasan wants to say? Because I feel like there's still a lot of people that are like, yeah, I mean, you need to just cut the taxes to make the economy grow, and the economy grows and we all have more money, especially cut the taxes on the guy at the very top. He's the job creator, creates more jobs than anyone else, even though like the entire time he's sitting there trying to eliminate, not create, as many jobs as he possibly can. So everything everything is incentivized to every incentive is running in the direction of creating that. I agree. Unfortunately, the left was what woke people up about trickle down. The fact that it could take care of people through two crises within a decade of each other.
Here, let me give you one example.
Was not, sorry.
Example of the power of an alternate voice. So, and this is a very ironic example. So, Iraq war.
Somebody fix his noise gate.
Was always bullshit. It was always obvious.
Fix his noise gate. No.
Mainstream media didn't say it.
You just don't have time, and also you're not aware of this, right? When you're streaming, especially considering, look, Hasan has no earbuds, has no headphones.
They said, "Oh yeah, weapons of mass destruction."
No,
and they attacked from the general same region as Iraq, etc. Right? So, okay, 70% of Americans, when we attacked Iraq, thought that Saddam Hussein had personally attacked us on 9/11. Right? So they mass lied, mass hypnosis, etc. So no matter how much we were right, we couldn't break through. And then that lasts for forever until Donald Trump goes, Iraq war was bullshit, and all of a sudden the dam breaks.
Fox News. Oh
and
my
then
God.
the Republicans go, "Oh yeah."
No, I disagree with that as well.
No,
I think
before
you and
that,
I have,
if not a single Republican said the Iraq war was bullshit.
You and I,
until
it doesn't
Trump
matter
said
what Republicans say. You and I are at fundamental odds,
But I mean,
and will.
do people get that, right? Because like there one thing that hasn't been adopted on a larger scale, and you know, I mean, like there's obviously like, you know, nuances to this too, but it seems like I feel like modern monetary theory isn't really that far gone of a concept for people to understand how the economy really works, instead of the whole mythology of the government is in debt. You know, his deficit that's this big, that's really bad. That's like money that is going to have to be paid back at some point, and they don't understand just like, no, the government is like weaving the economy, like it's the
ever be a fundamental.
The lifeblood of the economy is money that they print and put out into banks and
odds in the way that we analyze the world, because I am a believer that but
yeah, I guess it's not really about what belief, what opinion would spread naturally, but at this point it's what they can sell. It's all advertising, right? So and it's money. There's money in not just maintaining capitalist realism, which is the idea that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine capitalism ending, but also, you know, these myths that kind of go with supply side economics, this you know, very capitalist focused set of ideologies that are kind of just imposed on people.
The material conditions and things withering away, like larger structural moves in either direction, are significantly more important in bludgeoning people with reality than the media moving in a specific direction. I'm also a believer that, like, under an inherently oppressive construct, yes, you can inevitably shift the attitude in the more reactionary on the more reactionary side of things, and unfortunately the only way to stop that is by waiting it out and just eating the pain. But I don't think that the media can get together. Like, let's say if tomorrow MSNBC, CNN, and mainstream media were no longer owned by the same corporate entities, and we're actually doing objective journalism across the board, and not whenever like it is like anti-Trump, which drives clicks or whatever, and it's permissible, right? I don't think that would cause a genuine sea change in the way that I think you believe that.
Yeah, I think a progressive would be.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about supply side economics is it's kind of like, oh my God, can I relate this to like religion? Right? I mean, there's certain religions that even beyond, like when I think of the religion I grew up in, it's pretty wacky, right? Pretty religion. It's just kind of weird. But there are weirder religions, you know? There are religions that you would think that a person would recognize as you know, being scams that people fall into anyway, right? And it's just it feels like supply side economics is the economic theory version of that, right? It's like a just so story, right? They call like, you know, that, you know, where you're kind of describing a world where it just so happens that the best thing for your well-being as a worker is also the best thing for your employer's well-being. It's a great chain of being from you to them, the human centipede of social hierarchy, right? Scientology, yeah. I mean, like, there's certain ones that you're just kind of like, how does anybody fall for this? Like, right? I'm trying to remember. There has been some interesting religions that have come up recently. Ernest Angley, religion is like $1 trillion industry. Yeah. And when you think about how much money is extracted through that, it is kind of amazing that that a lot of religions have members and stuff. But yeah, it's just it's such a weird thing and that's why I kind of feel like any other economic outlook would be any normal, like reasonable economic outlook would be preferable to supply side economics. That is like saying that I pledge my life to the giant spaghetti monster who is completely real and don't let the media tell you otherwise. And only through this prayer and the observance of the Pastafarian rites and rituals, may we obtain the saucy afterlife that we are destined for, right? I mean, that's just like really like that or Mormons. Oh my God. I mean, there's a lot of religions out there for sure, but it's just like of all the religion, Trumpism, MAGA. Do you know what I'm saying? There's a parallel here, right? It's like you have some nasty ass glob of slime that used to be some kind of food in the refrigerator, and you throw that away because it is nasty and you don't want to deal with it anymore, but you put it in the trash and your dog goes and gets it out of the trash. You see your dog playing with this gelatinous indeterminate shape of some kind of mold or slime or something horrible, right? And you take it away from the dog and you throw it away. You try to flush it down the toilet. The dog goes after it, gets it again. That's what I'm talking about. It's like anything else, anything other than that disgusting thing. You really can't like eat something else, you know, just like eat, you know, like anything in the refrigerator, right? You're still a bad dog because you're not supposed to go in the refrigerator and eat it. You're supposed to wait for me to fill your dish. But you know dogs, they're gonna try, if they can get a hold of something, they're gonna get a hold of it, right? But you're just kind of like anything but that. And that's what I'm saying with Trumpism. And that's what I'm saying with supply side economics. Like, there's so many ways in which we live in an anti-Panglossian nightmare world. Like, so many things seem to be tuned towards the worst possible way that things could be rather than the best. It reminds you of Cowboy Bebop. Wait, if it was Cowboy Bebop, then I would be eating, oh my God, I almost am eating green peppers. What is it, like green peppers and beef with no beef or something? Mashed potato, beans, and kale. Yeah, that's There we go. Don't forget mushrooms. Oh my god, I wouldn't want to forget mushrooms. Otherwise, this would be totally bland. The mushroom is making this. The clam chowderiness of this dish is coming 90% from the mushroom. The texture of the mushroom, and to some extent the flavor of the mushroom as well. Although, yeah, obviously this is not exactly like a clam chowder.
President the next day. Okay.
I think that they would play a very significant role in changing people's attitudes, but the reality is that could never happen in our current structure. Regardless, there would be need for a world where the material realities were different.
But the material,
but like there's something really relatable about Cowboy Bebop, right? There's something really relatable about doing like all these jobs and just barely having enough food. It's
realities are different. So we've got every single thing lining up for us. Younger voters, the destruction of mainstream media, rise of new media, but also objective reality. So, for example, why did FDR do incredibly progressive things? Why did LBJ, at least on social issues, do incredibly progressive things? Because
the economic
because of a space virus.
Realities, one, demanded it, and two, there was more pushback from outside groups at the time. There was more militant labor, and people were recognizing the writing on the wall about America's dire economic circumstance.
It's exactly right. And what's the situation we're in now? Almost exactly the same thing. Now we need to build a labor movement.
Wait, a pastor in Detroit almost got swung on because of asking for an outrageous tithing movement.
We need to build more direct action.
I agree. That's why I do what I do. I think a lot of people don't understand that. I
don't think I've seen I think I've seen the first Cowboy Bebop episode, and then the one where they get the one with like the chicken guy, the egg guy. What's the egg guy?
Place that I have any sort of optimism for the future is in the labor movement, which is why I do what I do.
They were like fighting some egg dude. Or wait, maybe they were fighting for the egg dude.
To change people's,
but it wasn't like the Eggman.
I want to change people's minds about like certain things, and allow them to see for themselves the autonomy that they can have.
I love how I'm acting like the Eggman is a real thing. Yeah, the Eggman, you know that guy.
And change their immediate workplaces somewhere that they spend 80% of their adult lives in, and therefore set up.
Was there U.S. fascism under FDR? There was definitely an attempt. There were people that sided in the U.S. that sided with the fascists, like the ones with Radical Edward. Yes.
The groundwork for a mechanism of pushback against the Democratic Party and force the Democratic Party's hand to do the right thing when it's a necessity.
I always forget when to leave the U off.
To do so.
And look, all smart progressives are going in the same exact direction, right?
Yeah.
So
I've been on that direction.
Yeah, so my co-host Anna's obsessed with the labor movement, totally believes that's the answer. Nina Turner, who's another host on our network, just announced today that she set up
Wait, it's the Eggman is in your head now? Wait, is there a song about an Eggman? Oh no, you just made me remember it too. I am the Eggman. They are the Eggmen. I am the walrus. That's the song that you're talking about, is it not?
Group.
If I say any more, I'm gonna be getting a lawsuit
with Chris Smalls to back the labor movement and to even get funding for the labor movement whenever they go on strike, etc. And so that's what pushed FDR. That's what's going to push the next generation. Because Haas, the economic situation isn't going to fix itself. Like, the old line of power never concedes without a demand, never has, never will. So we've got to demand it. And right now, since the economic situation is so bad for workers, they keep demanding it, right? So
it's weird how Cenk, he seems to think like he's having a spicy take. Does he not give that? Do you feel like he thinks he's popping off? Like, this is how he used to pop off, right? This kind of stuff on the internet, on the YouTubes, used to be considered somewhat revolutionary. And right now, it is about as revolutionary as my mashed potatoes, okay? and he's just not aware. Like, no wonder he thinks he can paper over all these weird, like, reactionary positions that he's taking, right? Like, he really does think it's his moment. Oh, that's what Ed says? Yeah, it's like when you're eating dinner, right? You say, itadakimasu. Or something like that. I'm probably mispronouncing it. Anna thinks the answer is that she'll never work with anyone on the left again, which is literally her direct quote. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. She seems disgusted with the left, right? She's had it. It's weird watching these guys talk as if they did a good thing instead of forestall a socialist revolution. He gives me that impression that he thinks very highly of what he's saying. Yeah, instant mash peas. Wait, instant mash peas. Why am I shortening and cutifying everything? I'm eating the insty. Got that. No, don't.
Oh, more demands.
It's not just that either.
I'm gonna
It's
make cute names for everything.
It's
okay?
also there is actually a
what I really need to do is make a cute name for the top of the hour ad break, which we are now 22 minutes away from. Why am I mentioning that now? Usually I would mention this right before the ad break. Well, yeah, that's true, but it seems like I haven't been doing that because the ad break sneaks up on me and I forget that it's coming. And so I should mention now that if you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of that for free. If you have a Twitch Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you've got a free Twitch sub to use it. If you use it on my stream, you will no longer see those ads. You could also pay $5 to buy yourself a sub, to get that little Persona 2 face by your name, and save yourself from the ad break, which are now 3 minutes. 3 minutes at the top of every hour. So, yeah, that's there's two ways that you can deal with that. The other way to deal with it is if you are lucky, if you're feeling lucky, and somebody is so generous, right? You might just get a gift sub. It does happen. It can happen. It will happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you are active in chat.
A real tight labor market and not a tight labor market with like, you're right though. The confidence is different because we've already had tight labor market.
Yeah, uwu speak does consume you. Yeah, or if you start calling people bestie.
Periods where income has not increased in the way that it's supposed to. Real income, real wages are not increased in the way that it's supposed to. And even economists are baffled by this reality. Well, the reason for that was because labor had lost and capital had won that war. Whereas totally now, in a post-COVID world, I think with the unimaginable amount of profits that these corporations are raking in, labor has a decent bargaining position because they saw that, you know, if people just simply didn't go back to work, that people were fucked.
Yeah. So look, they took too much. And so this is how we get to balance. We push back. So we're in the middle of pushing back. And so everything is trending in our direction. The only thing is we can't, snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. And
Is it just me? Or does anybody else get annoyed by when somebody, probably out of a sense of civic duty or civic responsibility or whatever, but for whatever reason, right? They start using this like language. That's what we gotta do. That's gotta be our goal. This is like, I mean, it's how Brianna talked about the streamer space and the political space and how those two things should intersect. But when you hear people like Cenk, when you hear people like Brianna talking about, this is what we got to do, there's something really uncomfortable about it, right? Like something feels like, I mean, I guess that's how political organizations talk, right? When they're doing their deep canvassing, like in a way that just kind of like pulls you along, whether you're really wanting to go along for the ride or not. Like it's just like the way that it feels like when Brianna or Cenk says there's like a special emphasis on their role as, you know, being tied to political PACs, being part of the process. And, you know, people need to be part of the process, but just like, I don't know, there's like a certain kind of, it feels like almost like an attempted appropriation of political energy. You know, telling us what we want instead of understanding what we want. I don't know.
There's two icebergs ahead. And so I'm not Pollyannish. I see the icebergs probably better than anybody else does.
Wait.
And I'm really
like
worried about it, okay? One is the progressive movement, honestly, and this is where you and I can begin to disagree, getting too radical and too away from what
too trans
most Americans
too gay
want. And the second iceberg.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah. So look,
Okay, so this means that I can probably safely skip ahead to 1 hour into the video, because we watched this yesterday, okay, and it is in the VOD from yesterday. My reaction to Hasan taking on Cenk on a lot of questions, including trans rights when it comes to sports. He's gonna wait. Do you want to watch him hog out a little bit? I mean,
so
I was like, we're gonna skip this. We're gonna skip this, but
saying things like,
"Is he drink? What did anybody tell? What is he drinking? Is that a Prime?"
All sports leagues, including professional ones, has to allow trans women. They don't have a choice.
They has to allow the trans women. I love how he's putting forward this idea that, like, trans women want too much. We are not sharing with the rest of the group, right? Oh, you want to participate in all sports? Yeah, like everybody else. What? Right? Because the way they're saying this is if yeah, well, I mean, it is that mentality, right? And this is why Cenk's a bigot, okay? He's got that mentality that trans women are going to somehow dominate sports if they are allowed to participate in them. And it's not even a question in his mind. It's not even a question. He knows basic biology. This guy is a hog. This guy is absolutely a hog. And I mean, this is the issue where it really comes out.
Etc. That pulls it like 2%.
Wait, do we need to do a oh boy? Or do I still have this open?
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Big
Thank
news!
you for reminding me.
Oh boy! Big news! I haven't heard big news! Oh boy! CNN is more. So Donald Trump. Oh boy! Oh man!
You say, hey, it's a moral issue. It's really important.
Do you think
the sports leagues are like the most important thing in the whole wide world?
Do you think it's actually a significant issue? Do you think that that is a significant issue or a driver of the conversation, or cynically weaponized by Republicans with like some liberals taking the bait and then having a conversation about it instead of being like, fuck off, nobody cares about this, stop talking about this immediately?
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what the right wing does. They weaponize every single issue. What I'm trying to get progressives to do is stop falling in the trap. So the minute they say it,
but do you think,
our side comes out and goes, no, this is the most important issue. And anyone who disagrees is a Nazi. You just called 98% of the country Nazis.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Cenk, if you read every single tweet, like, you're going to get called everything. Okay, but like, look, I mean, the problem with his... I mean, Hasan points it out here in a second, right? I don't know if it's in a second. It's some point in this exchange. Hasan points out that Cenk thinks from anecdotes. he hears about a situation where some trans woman dominated a sport, clearly had like huge muscle mass or something. It's a totally unfair situation, right? And then he superimposes that on the rest of reality as if, well, if it's happened, if I'm hearing this story, how many other stories are there? And the thing that he's not thinking of, which this is just basic journalism, right? Like, or just like critical thought, right? Not even like the idea that, well, okay, so how do you know that? Like, right? You heard this from somebody? Is that like a solid thing? Do people always represent situations that they've experienced 100% accurate? Is it possible this person was not representing their own experience, but rather was representing the experience of a friend, of a friend, of a cousin, of a whatever, right? And this story kind of gets around. And that's why we got cat litter in schools, which is there to protect children in case they need to pee during a active situation, an actively dangerous situation in their school, right? Being represented by the likes of Joe Rogan as an indulgence to the furries. That's the cat litter is there because furries. That got spread around, okay? I know it's usually a joke. I know it's really funny, but it's not at the same time, because if something like that, something as wild as that, like, yes, they stand up in the class and they use the bathroom into the litter box in front of the other students. That is a real thing that is happening, and that you really need to know what wokeism is doing. They're making all the children how do they actually believe this stuff, right? And yet they do, and yet they will. And look, it's from sloppy thinking processes like the one that Cenk is having right here. The same way that he believes something that he's heard without really checking on it, right? By confirmation bias in terms of the information that he's even picking up, right? How devoid his perception is of the issue from the actual truth of the issue. We're supposed to trust him on how to proceed in policy.
You're alienating voters like crazy.
Do you think that organizers on the ground, both trans and cis, that are or members of labor unions are even using this as a talking point in any meaningful capacity? Or is it simply reactionary Republicans bringing this up because they tried and unsuccessfully failed to push the anti-trans button with bathroom bills?
Except for the fact that they pass all those bills, which I despise. I hate those bills.
Let me just clarify something here. In the lead up to the 2016 election, you had the North Carolina bathroom bill that was anti-trans, right? You have to have the gender assigned at birth be the bathroom that you go to.
That totally failed.
Okay,
That's right.
That failed. That was so objectively a failure that Donald Trump came out and said, I don't give a fuck where Caitlyn Jenner shits as long as she's shitting.
I wanted to scroll down in hopes that somebody would have like timestamps, because like we already watched this part yesterday, and yeah, it's Cenk 100% hogging out on this issue and a whole bunch of other stuff too. And more of what I described in terms of Cenk's preference to inform himself via anecdote rather than what Hasan says empirical, but really what he's talking about is like the preponderance of the knowledge, right? The like taking a more holistic perspective on things rather than just being like, I saw a picture of a fiery protest, and therefore this is what the entirety of Portland must look like.
In Trump Tower, right? Something along those lines. A motherfucker, okay? Because just like you, perhaps because I am also as stubborn as you are, I couldn't shut the fuck up anytime there was like any.
But yeah, if anybody really wants to see it, that's yesterday's VOD where I go over that 30-minute segment, which was posted as a standalone video. So it's pretty intense. I'm sure I've seen there's other things in here, and I want to make sure to get to them.
Error. Okay, whenever someone said this is what Hasan believes or whatever the fuck,
You used to try to be a timestamp commenter, but you never got a thanks, so you stopped wasting. Oh my god.
I immediately rushed to
No, timestamp commenters are the best.
correct the record, thinking that there was good faith discussion to be had. Now, out of the people that are actually criticizing you, there are people who I do like, who I do appreciate. I'm not going to get into that part of the conversation because I
Oh wait, didn't he go up on Lance? Yeah, that's right. I forgot about this. And I think Lance is answered, right? Wait, this is where he was bitching about Lance, right?
considers radical, whether it be foreign policy and what I believe in, or whether it be trans issues, even if it's something that Americans across the board consider to be like unpopular. The reason why I can stay the course in spite of that pushback is because I fucking ignore it, because I know that it is unproductive. That's it.
Yeah.
And the second thing I will say, and this is something that I try to talk to my audience about quite frequently, is that being a progressive is
So
not.
here he's talking about the difference between his I guess social media strategy, for lack of a better term, and Jinx. Obviously Jinx is to be vile and vindictive towards anybody who criticizes you, especially somebody smaller than you. And we've seen that from TYT. We've seen how they've handled criticism. So he feels like, just like Vosh, he has to go to war with the woke scolds, right? And Hasan has, has some questionable takes on things. And the difference between Hasan is most of the time, right? Most of the time, he doesn't really want to fight people who disagree. Like, people will disagree, people will criticize what he said, and he will just ignore it. And that is the difference between Cenk and Hasan. In addition to, like, you heard what Hasan said about, in his mind, like, trans people in sports, it's not a big issue. It's not really on people's priority list, right? So, the best thing to do is to just not bring it up. And indeed, like, a lot of the governing bodies as they are, or at least, before this politicization of the issue started to happen, like, the default was to allow trans participation in sports, right? So, I mean, I guess I'll take what Hasan says over what Jinx says, which is actively like, let the Republicans know that we are against trans women in sports as well, and that they will now think that we are reasonable, and we can trade it in. We can throw trans people under the bus, and we can get something from the Republicans. They are not piglins or hoglins in Minecraft, right? The hoglins are the ones that you give they'll trade with you if you give them gold bars, but this is not what we're dealing with. No, we're talking about Republicans. We're talking about a different kind of hoglins entirely.
About having black people or trans people hype you up all the fucking time.
Timestamp commenters should get like a discount at Denny's. Yeah, or like,
there are going to be plenty of moments where you are going to be at odds with activists. There is going to be plenty of moments where you have disagreements with the marginalized communities that you claim
also,
to.
Soul Life's mentioning that Jink mentioned 11 triggered losers, and 11 is mods that quit. Or yeah, it sounds like it, yeah.
Speak on behalf of, okay? And ultimately, it's not even about a logical conclusion to those problems. It's about being empathetic, right? That's at the heart of the matter.
So let's
being
let's do
empathetic.
a super important distinction, okay? Because and I don't.
Okay, so that's the advice that he's giving Jink, right? Instead of being like all, because like this is what he's doing. This is his social media strategy. What you're seeing right here, it's a Donald Trump thing. You hurt somebody, you threaten somebody, and when they respond, you pretend to be the victim. That's what Cenk is doing. Okay? He's putting like trans people at risk. And then when trans people respond, Cenk's all like, "Why are you grabbing me? Why are you grabbing me?" Right? That's his thing.
I don't think I made a good enough case for this distinction, and I want to be way clearer. There's a difference between randos in the world that care about this issue, whether they agree with me or disagree with me, or they heard the wrong thing about me,
By the way,
or they have heard the right thing and they still think this guy's a Republican and I hate him. No problem. Okay.
Okay, so randos, fine, whatever.
And media figures.
Uh-oh, YouTubers, streamers,
etc.
If only I could have pissed him off enough that he would mention my name, but
those guys are largely scorpions. And
scorpions,
and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
because the incentives and disincentives
Any scorpions in chat?
create scorpions. Because when you attack someone else, you get
The scorpions, he feels betrayed.
into the algorithm loop on YouTube, mainly YouTube, but in some other places as well, and you try to get attention.
It's not TYT and him that are doing the betraying. They're the ones that are betrayed.
So they don't even know, I hope they don't know, a lot of them, that they're doing it on purpose. I hope they're not doing it on purpose, but probably some of them are, right? But they think like, no, this is really important. I have to
You're more of a
correct the
Sub-Zero
record by
yourself.
attacking the Young Turks. Oh, look at that, my views went up. What a wonderful coincidence. I'm going to do
Yeah,
it
he did say no comment earlier.
again and again and again.
Mars is in
And this is not
Scorpio?
just about radical left. Are you crazy? No way. The right wing started this. Why does Steven Crowder dress up as me?
Yeah,
Right?
I was about to say, listen,
Right?
listen, but you're
So why did Jimmy Dore attack me like a nut job? Why did Sargon of Akkad go back like 15 years?
Partially
why
because
did Sam Harris? Why did all of them attack us?
partially
when
because
go on
you
YouTube,
respond.
We're the largest.
Partially because you respond. It's called getting farmed. Trust me, I know from personal experience what that's like. I, for a very long time, I got farmed like a motherfucker. Okay, because
Okay, one in chat if he's thinking about Destiny. 2 in chat if he's thinking about like Vosh and Vosh people. 3 in chat if he's just thinking about other like political streamers.
just like you, perhaps because I am
Why is he so
also
sensitive?
as stubborn as you are, I couldn't.
mean, my idea is that it's because that's his social media strategy. He's sensitive because it works. Also, thank you for the follow, Professor Corthan. Welcome to the chat. Or why not all of them? Jimmy Dore attacked you because you attacked his ego. Kind of like how you're attacking the actual left right now. Oh my god, okay.
Shut the fuck up anytime there was like any error. Okay, whenever someone said this is what Hasan believes or whatever the fuck, I immediately rushed to correct the record, thinking that there was good faith discussion to be had. Now, out of the people that are actually criticizing you, there are people who I do like, who I do appreciate. I'm not going to get into.
He didn't say Lance yet, right? He does say Lance. I mean, Jinx says Lance, but like it's not like Hasan is throwing it out there.
That part of the conversation, because I feel like that's going to blow a lid in this. It's going to make you blow a gasket. But the reality is that ultimately, if you want...
Are crabs relating to scorpions? I don't know, but I've heard that everything keeps evolving into crabs.
To have a productive...
Except for lobsters. Lobsters are already perfect, according to Jordan B. Peterson.
If you want to have a productive and successful coalition, you just can't stress that shit out, okay? You can't.
No, I'm good with
even
it.
Even if
Look,
they
I
say
was super clear. You like what we're saying, you come to the Young Truce. If you don't like it and you want super radical weirdos, there's like a million shows for you.
That's what you're doing. Like you're casting everyone.
He's thinking of
else in a bad light. Don't even talk about it. Don't even bring it up.
He's gonna
That's
mention.
it.
So I know I've been punched in the face 200 times,
when
and I'm not allowed to punch back.
Exactly, 100%. That's what I'm saying. Yes, you get it. That is what I'm saying.
No, wait, he doesn't get it, right? It's not like you're not allowed to punch back. It's that it like hurts you. It's bad for you.
That's what being fucking progressive is, okay? If someone on your side is punching you, you ultimately turn around and say, I don't give a fuck. It's fine, because the real motherfucker whose face I have to punch is out there that actually holds on to all levers of power. Because while we're fucking arguing about the minutia of your perspective on trans issues, or whenever like you choose to engage in like any kind of reactionary framing of an issue, there are actual fucking people
Jinx like Haas, that's my whole that's my whole strategy
out there who are making everyone's lives actively worse. So why the fuck would I ever care about what some dumb—
I wonder how much Jink is like consciously like trying to farm the SJWs.
Dumbass fucking YouTuber has to say when Ben Shapiro is again stealing our fucking lunch money and doing whatever the fuck is necessary to keep propagandizing every fucking awful position that makes people's lives worse. Right. That's why
I can't believe I did it again. I suck at streaming. Do you know what I forgot to do? See, like, there's this ad break that comes up every hour. Not on the hour, but like 8 minutes after the hour. It depends on when I start streaming, but it's like on the hour. It's basically on the hour. And during that time, everybody that does not have a sub goes into like this like mirror universe that is called the ad break. And they have to watch ads. They don't get to watch me. They don't get to see what's happening. They are locked away in the darkness. And I am, my only job, I mean, not my only job, but you know, like, you know, the only thing that I really have to do is let them know ahead of time that there's going to be an ad break, so that they at least have the chance, if they want to get out of that ad break, to get out with a Twitch Prime sub, yes, to get out of it by paying $5 to get a sub for themselves, or if they're lucky enough to be gifted a sub, which does happen. It can happen. It happens more if they're active in chat, but of course they can't hear me right now because there's an ad break. Indeed.
Fucking cover Ben Shapiro every day, by the way, you dumb cocksuckers in here who fucking think like, oh, why does the song talk about Ben Shapiro all the time? That's why, because he's the fucking bad guy. You will never see me fucking agree with Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder or any of those fucking bullshit charlatans.
These ads seem like more than once an hour. I wish. If they were the twice an hour ads, then it would only be 1 minute and 30 seconds at a time. As is, it's like 3 minutes. It's like a whole segment
out there, because those are the fucking bad guys. I don't give a fuck if people call me transphobic or racist or whatever the fuck.
We did an ad 20 minutes ago. What? Oh, on YouTube.
I'm not gonna stray away from my point of view, but more importantly,
yeah, the YouTube ads I really don't have control over.
And I don't think you
subprime Twitch mortgage exactly
do either. But there's this one issue that you and I have. There's one disagreement. There's one difference that you and I have. You spend entirely too much time thinking about all the people on your side who fucking hate you, okay? Who say you're bad and wrong, even if it's a misunderstanding. Don't even fucking clear it up. It doesn't matter. People will see where you are genuinely coming from when you keep saying the same shit that you're saying that you've said for 20 fucking years. That's it, okay? A lot of people yelled at me during the fucking Hogwarts drama.
I mean, if there's any emotion in Hasan, it's coming from the Hogwarts drama. He definitely got emotional about that.
Every trans content creator on Twitter yelled at me, okay, and said,
"No, the biggest thing for YouTube is to hit the like button, right? Because it's really easy to forget to do that, and if you hit it, it helps me out a lot." And I'm not even kidding about that, even though that sounds like a cliche.
You're a fucking piece of shit. You're transphobic. Oh, what? You can't play one fucking game that's transphobic? It was an idiotic fucking take from the jump. I said it a month in advance that this is entirely too popular of an IP. The best thing to do is not like try to do boycott. Is try to boycott this fucking IP that's completely.
I feel like we missed most of the Jink getting emotional stuff that happened in the part that I covered yesterday.
Devoid of the.
We're just taking care of unfinished business here because apparently this was a long ass conversation. Too long.
Transphobic person that is making money off of it and instead use it to fundraise or push the issue further. Everybody yelled at me, said that was incredibly transphobic. What the fuck did I do? I shut the fuck.
Still, oh my god. Okay, one in chat. If you think that he's giving this advice, he's telling Cenk this because this is going to help Cenk. And two in chat, if you think that he's still mad about about not getting to play Hogwarts.
Up. I said, you guys are wrong, but it doesn't matter. History will absolve me. It did. Who gives a shit? The game fucking sucked. Right-wingers like Ben Shapiro made commentary on it.
Sorry, if the game fucking sucked, then how is history? Nobody thinks of the game anymore. People are saying this is going to be the game of the year. This is the game of the century. This is the game of eternity. This is the best game. How could you possibly miss out on this just because J.K. Rowling is transphobic?
Saying that Hasan is terrified of trans people in his own audience, and that's why he also has to capitulate to the trans people in his own audience, when if I wanted to capitulate, I would have never said,
you trans people are making me look bad.
Anything about Hogwarts whatsoever, and I would have just stayed the course and never played it and said, yes, it's a transphobic fucking game. But I didn't do that because I'm a stubborn piece of shit. I yelled at the people and I moved on. Many of those people who thought I was transphobic in that fucking fervor have...
You really did not move on.
Come to the realization that they were maybe wrong. A lot of people don't want to admit
Clearly
that they're wrong, especially when tensions are fucking high. It doesn't matter. They finally, quietly come to that conclusion that you were on, if they truly do believe that you are genuinely on their side. That's it. So just make your work speak for itself. You don't have to constantly fucking yell about random trans people online. And yes, that's what being the bigger progressive media person it revolves around. You have to do that. That's it.
All right, look, I'm going to take your advice. Let's move on because it's a microscopic issue.
There you go.
So
let's talk about defund the police.
He's still under the false belief that it was supposed to be an economic boycott. Yep.
No.
So the overall issue that
and
we
before we do that,
there's two.
I got to run the 3-minute ad break.
Before we do that, the top of the hour ad break, which you might have just experienced, right? If you got an ad on Twitch, that is indeed the top of the hour ad break. And yes, it doesn't just feel like 3 minutes. It is 3 minutes. That was 3 minutes of your life. If you no longer want to lose those 3 minutes of your life, you can stop losing them with a Twitch Prime sub. You can stop losing them by paying for a sub, or you could possibly stop losing those 3 minutes if you get a gift sub, which is going to, again, happen more often if you are active in chat. There we go.
Break real quick, and I'm going to pee, but you can keep going.
I'm so bad at actually...
Oh, shit.
No, if you're going to run an ad break, run an ad break.
No, I did.
We're going to run an ad break. Cenk doesn't understand how it works.
But people can still watch because there's 56,000 subscribers in here, 56,000 strong. So most people are not seeing the ads. All right, go ahead.
Cenk is like looking into his computer like he's going to see the 56,000 people.
What I'm going to say, guys, is that there's two icebergs that we need to talk about in terms of why what could prevent progressive victory. Started with the iceberg to catch you guys up if you later of progressives going far and then getting painted as radical when in reality we're 2/3 of the country. I'm going to pick that conversation back up in a second, but you know what? I'll use this time to do plugs. One is not for myself. It's actually, and especially if you're subscribers to Haas, you guys might be perfect for this. This is to help you guys out. I got no dog in this fight. I like the guy who's doing it, Larry Lessig. He's the godfather of campaign finance reform to get money out of politics. But if you go to cancelsuperpacs.com,
did he understand that, like, yeah, there's 56 people potentially in here because that's how many subs Hasan has, but in actuality there's not actually 56,000.
You can win $50,000 if you, especially if you're a good editor. Not going to be
like there could be like 5,000 people.
That many people that enter, okay? So $50,000, cancelsuperpacs.com. All they're doing is they're asking you to make like a super like interesting, understandable, relatable video about getting money out of politics. But they have all
Yeah, I could do that. Chat, can we make a TikTok about getting money out of politics? Do you think we could do that? And apply to win the money from whatever this is?
All the instructions at cancelsuperpacs.com, okay? So I hope one of you guys wins the $50,000. That'd be
$50,000. I could use that.
Awesome. I'm done with it. And then we've been talking about my book, Justice is Coming.
Oh, no.
You can buy that at tyt.com/justice, tyt.com/justice. Okay.
Damn, this man is doing an ad within an ad break, dude.
That's what I did.
That's pretty funny.
Did.
You did. You did that, Cenk. You did. Wow. See, this is more interesting than I thought. All the little minutia. And I mean, like, look, this is just interesting because Cenk doesn't really know what Hasan does for a living. He doesn't really understand, and it's just funny.
Yeah, because you went to the bathroom. What am I going to do? Talk to like an empty chair? I'm not Clint Eastwood.
You can talk to the chat, but anyway, listen.
I just did. I just made them from somebody in there 50.
What you got to do if you're covering somebody's break, just be super weird. Make noises into the microphone, like crawl on the floor, do the worm.
$2,000.
That's what they want to see.
Okay. What were we gonna talk? Oh, defund the police. Okay. Issue with messaging overall. Another great issue because you and I have duked it out on our famous Thanksgiving specials that we do, where you come.
Yeah, what's up with that? They do this on Thanksgiving. They do this on Christmas. What is I mean, this is not even Halloween, but I guess that's the closest
here. And we argue about issues that we have disagreements on, genuine disagreements on. One of them is
people are getting stuck behind in the delay. There is like at least a few seconds delay on YouTube.
Is crime, right? Not to say that
Cenk doing the worm would have been great.
I like crime, and I think crime is awesome. I jokingly do say that from time to time, but ultimately nobody fucking wants crime. We might have a disagreement
unless it's Luffy D Monkey
on how to solve that problem. Right now,
like Cenk feels like we should support the Marines, right? That's his take on things. If you want less piracy, we need more Marines.
You brought up defund the police, so I would like to hear your position on that. And before I get into
Hasan thinks that maybe we should sail to Grand Line, right? Maybe we could try to find the One Piece, and figure out what happened during that void century.
My monologue.
Wait, was it like a century or a millennium? There was some void time. Do we even know how much void time there was, or is that redacted too?
Log.
Okay, so first of all, it's the world's worst framing, and framing matters because it gets into people's heads and leaves the impression of who you are as a movement.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever I talk to people who are in favor of defunding the police, the very first thing they usually say is, no, I don't really mean defund the police. Then why did you call it that?
So
don't call it that at all.
What would you message it as?
So look, it depends on what you're trying to do. So for example, and I believe in, as I think you, but we do have real substantive disagreements too. But I believe in criminal justice reform. I believe the cops' training is completely wrong. They're taught
the training.
Only protect yourselves. Don't worry about the citizens,
the training.
etc. Are there racial issues?
You can take an institution that was founded to return lost slaves and to beat up union workers. You can take that institution, and with the right kind of training, you could make it not enact. You could make it not enact racism anymore.
Of course there are. Are there class issues? Of course they are. So I would want massive reform, and I would want the messaging to be
The One Piece is just a scroll that says trans women are women.
Around reform, which the great majority of Americans actually agree with. Again, 2/3 of the country is progressive.
Wait, I want to get you a spoon. Oh my god, because I'm trying to eat something that needs to be eaten with a spoon. Is it making noise though? Like, is it making noise? Is it making like?
They agree with us. Don't drive them away with bad messaging. Okay. When people hear defund the police, they hear there's not going to be any cops, and they panic. And it's not just white folks that panic. It's not just right wingers that panic.
It's because I'm such a minimalist.
Panic. Ilhan Omar almost lost her seat in a primary because 78% of African Americans in her district did not want to defund the police.
So how about this? Here's my reframing. When this works with a lot of like liberals that I talk to, at least rich and poor. Hey, police, do your fucking job. Is that good?
That's actually
Is that better?
really good, and I talk about that all the time.
Okay, listen, here's the issue though, right? With defund the police. As far as messaging goes and as far as optics goes.
And it's funny because you're talking to the guy that literally said that a brave mujahideen had taken liberties with the eye hole of one U.S. congressman. Is he a senator now? Whatever he is, Dan Crenshaw, right? You're talking about the person who said that maybe
you yourself have basically created an argument that you are not
you're
using.
talking about a person who every take he has is another
Dingus Gambit in this situation. You said the media is all too powerful in manipulating public consciousness, and they can change people's attitudes for the better, even if it's entirely at odds with the material realities and the oppressive constructs built on top of those material realities. If that is the case, then optics issues are simply an issue caused by the media not pushing the message enough. Is that what you're saying? So if in a future where MSNBC is truly progressive, that they could just be like, no, defund the police is actually fucking super sweet. Let's go forward. Do you think people would be on board with it?
No, because it's mixed. So yes, media pushes the message, but the message itself is also important. So if you had the message of kill all people, that would not work well, even if MSNBC pushed it to ad nauseum, right?
Look, it'd be one thing if he understood the point of defund the police, but disagreed. That's not what we're dealing with here. That's not, he doesn't understand the reason. He doesn't understand the point. It's always been just like a knee-jerk reaction to the messaging. Was Crenshaw the cousin fucker? I feel like there's a few cousin effers in the Congress. Optic problems are caused by optic problems? Optics problems. Okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Dan Crenshaw there.
And defund the police is such a fundamentally wrong framing.
You think defund the police is a message as aggressive and as wrong as like kill all people? No.
I gave an extreme example, so not all examples are the same, but I think defund the police is almost as bad a message as you could possibly find, because it leaves the impression that there will be no police, no safety, no security, and it freaks people the fuck out. That's a fact, and it's shown in every poll.
Okay. Defund the police means what? Reallocate some of these ballooning police budgets to social safety nets and social programs, because that's where crime starts, and that's the best mechanism to combat certain types of crime, at the very least. Okay.
So that's where we get into substance.
So you don't agree with the policy, not just the optics. Let's just clarify that.
Yeah. So now the optics, I 100% disagree. When it comes to policy, it's much more nuanced. And by the way, if people don't like nuance, then you're not going to like me at all. Because you're, oh no, I want a black and white world. I want everything to be extreme. No, I'm not that guy. So where does the nuance come in? So if you say to me, should we reform the police, reform the training? Obviously, as I said earlier, I say yes, right? Say, let's reallocate some of the funding.
He says like reform, okay? And he's like, what is he thinking? What is he thinking when he says reform? What is that going to be? What is reform the police? Like, bring in a kindergarten teacher to tell them to stop doing the bad thing? That they won't get any snack before nap time? If they continue to misbehave? What are we going to do to what does he mean? What does he think? What does reform the police mean? You agree with Cenk, but do you understand what he's saying? Because that's what I'm asking. I don't know what he means when he says reform the police. I don't know what he's got on mind. Like what is reforming the police? What are we talking about?
Social services. We keep the same amount of money, but move some of it from cops.
I don't think
because if you take that super literally, I agree with that, right? I agree that the current iteration of law enforcement that we have in this country is unworkable and cannot be fixed or moved forward from. So if he means reform the police that way, which I don't think he does. I think he means like make a law of like, oh, they're doing the bad thing to people. Well, just make it against the law to do the bad thing to people, and then everything will be better, right? Take care of things based on anecdotes, right? Cop did something bad, people didn't like it, that thing is legal, so the cop can't be sued. Make a law to say that the thing that was perfectly legal before is now illegal. And even that they're not going to do. Even that is ridiculous. Like, right, in terms of the way that politics go in this country, in terms of like criminal justice policy, that is not even something that they would do.
Same amount of money.
Okay, hold on. We'll get to that in a second. Some of it is social services because they can handle X better. I'm open to that. I'm totally open to that. Okay.
Well, he literally doesn't say declams. He literally doesn't say what he's talking about. Like, right. And I wish I knew, because like, I don't know. I can't imagine it's anything that would actually meaningfully change things. Like, there is a culture within the institution of police that allows this discrimination to continue. It's going to take more than training to change that.
So it's a semantics difference. You're saying like keep the same amount of money, but don't defund it.
Okay. First of all, semantic difference is a giant difference, as we just discussed. Optics, framing, etc., makes a huge difference. But when you get into the substance,
it doesn't matter.
There are some things I disagree with.
But you don't.
So
but you don't
for
agree with the
example,
policy anyway. You don't agree with the policy of like our ballooning police budgets year over year have not actually genuinely improved the lives or genuinely fucking put a dent in like in fixing some of the pervasive problems. You don't agree with that.
No. So look. So here's what happened. So if you'd asked me that,
I think the way that Hasan described it earlier is that defund means taking money away from one purpose and directing it towards another, right? And if you got on one hand, you know, funding an organization that carries out the state's monopoly on violence, and you're finding time and time again, the problem isn't, you know, the problem is the state-funded violence itself, then it might make sense to try spending some of the money on something different, like something that might prevent crime, rather than, you know, having the state-sanctioned, you know, thugs there to deal with the consequences, right? It might actually be cheaper. It would definitely be better. That's the idea.
A couple of years ago, I probably would have agreed with that. And then we did in some places reallocate some of the money or cut some of the money. And so it's a little bit misleading in places like Washington, D.C., because they took from one budget and moved it to another budget, etc. But the bottom line is they did lose a number of cops in a bunch of cities. Okay, they lost raw number of cops.
Yeah, they died to COVID.
Yeah. Well, look, there was a lot of factors, okay, including cops not doing their job, which I'll get to in a second. But having said that, less cops.
He's going to literally use the blue flu, quote unquote, right? The idea that cops, when they're not happy, when somebody tries to do a reform that impacts them, that changes the way that they have to do their job, you know, sort of exerting, you know, their own sway through essentially working less hard, doing less, not doing their job in a way that's not easy to detect and that, you know, wouldn't get any of the individuals fired, but just like essentially like a work slowdown when it comes to the cops, right? That's what Cenk is going to talk about. And like, I've heard him and I've heard Anna use this as like, well, no, we can't possibly put any pressure on the police over, you know, this kind of police violence that's disproportionately directed at POC, you know, like that's directed along like racial lines, that's directed along all kinds of oppressional lines, right?
But
lest we
that's
forgot.
not the main problem, but that was one of the contributing problems that led to more crime. Now, other things that I agreed with now have created issues. So, for example, no cash bail. Okay, I was totally in favor of no cash bail. because I totally get the argument. I was the one putting forward that argument of, hey, a rich guy and a poor guy does the same crime. Rich guy gets out on bail. Poor guy can't get out on bail. That's totally unfair, right? But what wound up happening is recidivism is a massive part of crime. And so when we did no cash bail, yes, there are a number of guys who are down on their luck, high, whatever. There's a number of factors. And when we did no cash bail for them, they just went out and did more crime, more crime, more crime, more crime, more crime. And it became a real significant problem. And so when I look at it,
at a certain point, I got to cut you off because you've made a couple points that I definitely disagree with.
Right. So, let me just button it up this way.
Okay.
And there's other
I feel like we're still in the
factors. But my point is, let's be open to how do we get to the right reform so we have justice and they don't beat up black guys for no reason. They don't beat up homeless people for no reason. They don't shoot people for no reason. But at the same time, have a reasonable policy where we protect.
How can you even say that when the kind of rhetoric that goes on your media empire is the kind of rhetoric that puts homeless people in danger, that demonizes them, that blames them for crime, associates them even further with the prospect of violent crime, right? How are you going to say that you want a police? This is so
citizens.
Okay, great. So I've said this before. I'm not an abolitionist in the sense that, like, I don't believe that there is no necessity for a group of people, whether it's democratically organized or not, that will maintain the presence of law and order, but also solve crimes and do what police are theoretically supposed to do: protect and serve the community, protect and serve the people. In the United States of America, throughout the history of the United States of America, I do not believe that the police force, or whatever it was originally in its original inceptions, whether in the North they were the guys who were supposed to protect commerce in shipyards, or slave catchers in the South, have ever done that. They've always been protecting and serving the interests of capital. So that's definitely an issue that I have.
Like, think about what the police really are when you describe it like that. They are a vector for corruption, right? Like the same way that corruption in government is like that somebody has pull with somebody that has control of something, and therefore they get something that they normally wouldn't, right? In this case, the prevailing bigotry, I guess, of the entire country, whether it be anti-black and anti-unhoused, anti-queer, whatever, is enacted by the police. Every single vector of bigotry and oppression becomes a direction, a bias, if you will, in terms of how the police use that monopoly on state violence.
Having said that, however, you brought up a couple different points that I disagree with in terms of defund the police and also about how less police have caused more crime, and crime is like...
But just like if you moved into a city and, like, somebody that hated your guts was like the best friend of the police commissioner, you might get a few more parking tickets. You might get a few more speeding tickets. You might get worse than that, right? It's not unreasonable to think that. Then why would it be different with any kind of bias?
Exploded in cities and whatnot.
A contributing factor.
I do not believe that in the slightest. I do believe that what is known as the blue flu has created a lot of issues that police are supposed to theoretically solve, which they never really have done a good job with. If you look at their clearance rates, you will realize that.
Oh yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, I feel like, maybe it's just me, I don't know, but like, I feel like nobody ever told me this outright, but I don't think. But growing up, I got the feeling that police solved almost every crime, right? And definitely like every violent crime, and definitely every murder was solved and the correct person, the guilty person, was blamed, was convicted and imprisoned for that, right? I thought that was true. And even if you told me, well, that's not actually true. I mean, like, come on, everyone. Okay, maybe not everyone. Maybe not everyone. But the majority, right? No, actually not the majority. Okay. Well, like, but like, it's like a high number, isn't it? And they show me the number and I'm like, that low? Really? That's what the police do? That's what they actually do? That's the low percentage of crimes solved, of clearance, as Hasan was just saying. Like, and this is what I'm justifying: the systematic violence against every kind of marginalized person out there.
Okay, but beyond that, it's gotten even worse than it was before, because these are
Limey's got a video on Eric Adams,
the most selfish, the most lazy, the most entitled, gigantically, insanely violent, uneducated paramilitary group that you could have ever fucking put together, and all of their ineptitude and criminal negligence is constitutionally protected. They have no right to they have no duty to actually have to protect you. They can shoot you if they perceive you to be a threat when you're running away. All of these things have been protected by the Supreme Court.
Think about just like simply like it's not illegal to be rude to a cop, to talk back to a cop, and yet do you feel comfortable doing that? Disrespecting an officer, right, is not a crime. There's not a crime called disrespecting an officer, but it sure as hell feels like it.
The real reason is because police are supposed to be a violent brigade that will defend and protect the interests of capital when push comes to shove. That is the reason why they are the way that they are. Okay? The idea that their funding is fine and that their numbers are diminishing, and that's what actually is like a real gigantic problem for crime, is, in my opinion, ahistorical and completely incorrect. They have gotten more money year over year, including in the defund the police years, where not a single fucking precinct, with I believe one exception, it might have been Minneapolis, if I'm not mistaken, okay? Not a single fucking precinct actually had diminished resources or diminished funds. As a matter of fact, they got more money, and they got the most amount of money in comparison to all of the other amenities that the local governments are supposed.
I feel like assuming that I don't also have a problem with other apparatuses of so-called justice in this country, I feel like that would be a mistaken assumption.
To offer. The Los Angeles Police Department gets costs taxpayers $8 million a day to operate. Okay, and what is that operation? Fucking not doing shit when a robbery is happening in front of them. Okay, now if you ask them, they'll say it's because you don't want me to be violent. You made me this way. You don't want me to stop the crime, so I'm not doing it. They're like petulant little fucking children, okay, who refuse to do the fucking job. That,
I mean, I don't need to, like, I don't know, like, I don't think like how you like typify them is as important as just remembering that as an organization, as an institution, they have been entitled in a way that few institutions are, right? A monopoly on state sanctioned violence. That's and you know, the leeway that they get on enacting that violence, right? They're used to being treated a certain way. They're not just gonna give that up.
They are supposed to do. They have the best fucking workplace protections. They basically live in like a social democracy. They're the only individuals in society that have like fat pension programs and permanent job security. And then on top of that, what is their job? Is to be able to fucking shoot people if they want to and get away with it. It's fucking insane. Okay? So it's nuts. The entire structure is fundamentally broken. Okay? And and that is by design. They are supposed to be that way. They are supposed to operate that way because when push
You
comes,
had to move out of the township because of the cops, and people didn't. People thought you were lying or exaggerating until it got really bad. Yeah, I mean, look, that's and you don't even have a criminal background, so yeah, this is
to shove, when you know, people are rioting in the streets or whatever, okay, when the inherent contradictions become ever present, and people start to react to that in either direction, okay, whether it's like reactionary activity, 3%ers and the like, or whether it's like people fucking throwing Molotov cocktails or whatever because they're losing their minds at the reality that they have no economic prospects, and it feels like their lives are getting progressively shittier, okay? They will sit there and they will put their fucking police force in rich neighborhoods and protect those people and ensure that storefronts are not damaged.
So there's actually a lot I agree with you on. The main difference is that I think all those factors contribute, whereas you think the biggest factor is the cops basically not doing their job / their job was always misdirected in the first place, right? So I don't disagree with you on that at all. I just think that that's a big part of the equation, but not the whole equation. So, and I'll give you a couple of examples from LA to give you a sense of what I think are the issues. So in terms of the funding or the number of cops, I think that is a factor. You don't think it's a factor, but I actually think it's a relatively small factor.
If that was the case, then policing would have gotten better year over year as their funds grew, right?
And so, by the way, though, hold on. Don't make that argument, Huss, because crime statistics got way better throughout the years as police budgets did get larger, right? So that doesn't really help your argument. Now, but I don't think it's that simple either. I don't think it was just the police budgets. No, there was a lot of different things that happened with crime that made crime go lower, including, by the way, lead in the walls and the paints and the cars. So very complicated issue, right?
Yeah,
but
I'm glad that you at least brought up the lead point because crime has globally gone down.
There's our dude
in areas where police budgets have not gone up as high as the United States of America.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that it doesn't help your cause to say that the budgets have gone up and crime has gone down. That did happen. I don't think that's a great correlation either. Don't get me wrong. Okay, now I think and I agree with you that the bigger problem, the cops not doing their job, is in a story that I'm going to tell you. But it's also because of some of the laws that we passed. And so now some very violent crimes are misdemeanors. And they should not be misdemeanors because misdemeanors get pled down to nothing. Felonies get pled down to misdemeanors. Misdemeanors get pled down to nothing. Mm-hmm. Okay. So no one's talking about that. That is a giant part of the problem.
What crimes are you talking about?
Some sexual assaults are misdemeanors. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's insane. It's totally insane. So a guy in New York subway took a dump and smeared it on a woman's face, and that was a misdemeanor. How is that a misdemeanor? Are you insane? Okay. So, look, and maybe some mistakes were made there, and they should have made some of those things misdemeanors, and that's exactly my point. You don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and you don't have to go to extremes and say we should only focus on one or the other, right? But now I'll give you an anecdote that is an
Cenk is about to get wrecked
example of the type of thing that happens. So I have a neighbor who's...
by the way, we're not operating under the principle that like the New York Police Department or the New York court structure or New York in general, currently led by a cop mayor, is in any way, shape, or form like engaging in police abolition, right? Or defunding the police.
No, but
because it is more expensive to run the NYPD than like multiple countries' military.
Yeah, I don't think the budget is the issue in New York. So So let me give you that.
But
anecdote.
you used the poop example to
No, that example was not about budgeting at all. That example was if that's a misdemeanor, it gets pled down to nothing. So we have to make sure the serious crimes are felonies.
Okay. By the way, so you and I do agree on NYPD not being underfunded, but if you ask the NYPD, they are the most underfunded.
Oh, of course, they're always going to say that.
Okay.
Look, are you kidding me?
So they're lying. Okay.
So here, I'm gonna get to that in a second. Of course, they're lying. Of course, they are. So it's not. What am I trust? Do I just trust cops? No way. So let me explain. So I have a neighbor. We wound up having some deranged person.
Also, that guy was charged with felonies. Apparently, the poop man.
The poop man got a felony. Oh my god. Yo, this is what I'm talking about. Cenk is as bad as Joe Rogan repeating that kitty litter thing. Right? He heard from a friend of a friend and he trusts this person and he's sure about it. Right? They said for sure this happened. Kids pooping in a litter box in front of the rest of the classroom because they're furries. That's what they're doing in the woke schools these days, right? This is, Cenk, you were so wrong. This is like a Matt Walsh level, F up.
Okay. So good. I'm happy that he was, but there's
so the question in that situation though is like,
but originally he was let go.
Why?
And so we have to that's an example. There are many, many examples, but let's, if you want to dive into that one and see what went wrong
it's
as to
your
why
anecdote.
he was let go. So that's great. Let's find out why he was let go, because he definitely should not have been let go.
Okay, so you brought up an anecdote.
So that was about cash bail.
So he
got
happy
out
with
because there's no
justice being
cash bail,
served.
right?
Okay, got it.
So
cash bail was important to talk about as well, which is really important, especially with the conditions in Rikers.
Look, I'm tempted to jump into the let's finish watching this at least about their police discussion. All right, and then maybe we'll sample the Whick President Sunday thing, because I don't know, this is a long interaction, and there may be good stuff in here, but
as the way that they are. One reason
I'll get
why.
To that. Hold on. Can I just tell the story because it informs
but
the rest of the conversation?
I didn't think that I had to fact check you on something, but of course we're gonna have to cut through for a second. You know what I mean?
Okay, so why was he let go? Was it cash bail or a felony misdemeanor issue? Because it was definitely one of them.
I don't know why he was let go.
Okay,
You're the one who brought it up. I did not
11
know.
times. If I misremembered and it was 12 or 9, okay, corrected. No big deal. I'm happy to have whatever it was corrected. But there's a million examples of
there's a million examples. Right? He knows one of them. He's not sure about it. When he gets disproven on it, right? He's like, there's a million. No, this happens all the time. Really? It does?
The reason why cash bail and all of these kinds of, I guess, supposedly progressive implementations are happening is not because people have George Soros-backed district attorneys that want to undermine the American criminal justice system. It is out of necessity because of how draconian the American criminal justice system is, that we simply do not have enough space in our carceral state that currently chains 25% of the entire population's incarcerated population, despite America being only 4% of the world's entire population. We have an overpopulation and overcrowding problem in our prison system, and that problem didn't happen overnight. It did not materialize out of nowhere. It happened with centuries of having the most draconian outlook on crime and punishment and refusing to analyze the structural issues that cause crime, the poverty cycle, the cycle of poverty and violence. That is why we are now at a situation where our prison population, our prisons are filled to the fucking brim, and the alternative is what? Building more prisons, I guess, instead of trying to push for a different way of trying to solve the underlying reasons as to why crime and mental disorder manifests in the public. That is my argument.
Yeah. No. So listen, if you say we imprison way too many people, I 100% agree. So now, but then you've got to break it down. So why did we imprison too many people, 80s, 90s, 2000s, etc.? Because we had insane drug laws. That marijuana possession was a very serious...
Is that really the main contributing... I mean, I know that was a big driving factor in terms of incarceration in those times, but does he have the data to say that this is, the driver of the current prison population? Because, I mean, just because you make a drug decriminalized or legal or whatever, doesn't mean that they can't try to, move that energy somewhere else, like start enforcing other crimes more severely.
Crime, right? And we filled the jails with people.
There's one other reason.
Marijuana.
There's one other reason.
What's that?
There's a material reason for it. Slavery.
Yeah, I got you. So, and we build private.
Oh, the jail cops are worse than
prisons. The private prisons fund the politicians.
No,
all that
no,
is
private
true.
prisons are a minor, even though they are like objectively one of the most cruel and inhumane things that you could do. That like Europeans look to and go, "What the fuck? You guys have that? Like you guys capitalize and profit off of the existence of fucking prisons? Like that's nuts." That's a small part of the puzzle, small part of the conversation.
So
the state prison structure also relies on slavery as a form of punishment. And
But Haas, okay, I first of all, I think that the prisons were far too many, and we were imprisoning too many people, and mainly on drug charges. And yes, there are nefarious other reasons that you point out. I point out private prisons. You point out slavery. And yes, slavery is real. They make them work for $1 or less per day, which is ridiculous. I know and fight against all of that.
Jank said, "Get your money up, not your funny up." You say, "Get your money up to the fucking to the prison system." You know, pay these motherfuckers more.
So okay, but look, but at the end of the day, what is it that we're putting people in prison for? If you say just generically, okay, let's have less people in prison, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, should we let out murderers, rapists? Of course not, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, what should people go to prison for? So we all agree they should not go to prison for marijuana possession. That's insane, right? But we all agree that they should go to prison for murder and rape and the horrible crimes. So now we might disagree around the edges, but those are important edges, right? And so now when say the prisons are awful, I totally agree. I don't know why we allow for the prisons to be disgusting, right? And in how they treat people, the solitary confinement.
I mean,
the
average existence of a poor person in America is disgusting. Why the fuck would they care about prisoners on top of that?
No,
Nobody
but
cares.
what we do in the prisons is beyond
of
inhumane.
Course.
And
of course.
So for, like, there's all the jokes like, aha, you're going to go to prison, you're going to get raped. Why is that funny? Why is that a thing that we think is normal? No, rape is not normal. People going to prison and getting raped is not normal. That's insane, right? So do we need massive reform of the prisons? Yes. Do we actually need to spend more money to make those prisons bearable? And I don't mean just give it to the guards. I don't mean just give it to the warden. I mean actually make the prisons bearable. And we know that creates less crime. Look at Norway. Recidivism is much lower in Norway.
So
and they
you
have
just
much
wanna
more
get
humane
some-
prisons. So
Do you think, like, okay, so you're gonna put a what would it be, like a PS4 in every jail cell in the prison system? Is he gonna agree to that? Like, is he like right? Because when you find out like how other especially like the Scandinavian prisons work, it's sometimes something that a lot of law and order people like Jink and Anna like do not like.
Reasonable people agree, progressives agree, the great majority of the country agrees, but yet our goddamn
That's the exact sort of thing I imagine and remember Jink joking about. Yeah, you're not wrong.
politicians won't do it. So those are great
He
places
loves
to
those
start.
jokes.
When you get to the issue of cash bail, Haas, I was in favor of it, but now it clearly shows that there's a problem with recidivism. So can we agree, hey, you get no cash bail on the first one.
Can I say something?
But on the second one,
Damn.
if you do another crime,
You wanna do it
then
too-
you need cash to get out of. Sorry, then you need bail because you are incorrigible. You're committing more and more crimes, and I'm not going to let you do that. I'm not going to let you brutalize the citizens because it's not fair. It's not just. We have to talk about the things that are real, that are in the middle.
Hold on. This is important because let's walk through some stuff here. Because last time you were here, you brought up some talking points that were just I was fundamentally at odds with, and this is another issue of disagreement, a point of contention. Okay, so as far as cash bail goes, okay, the walk me through what you think happens in that structure. Like, do you think that someone goes up and in front of a judge and they're like a habitual reoffender and the judge just goes, oh, there's no cash bail, so you're released? Do you think that's what happens?
Oh shit! How many prisoners were caught with the like if they had a phone hidden? Because like right, it goes off if you. It goes off if it's on, and if it's off, like I think what happens is when you turn it on again, it goes off. Their cash bail take is infuriating. Yeah. From someone who lives in Norway, I don't think Jink knows what he's talking about. Wait, is that wrong? Is there not a PS4?
A great amount of times that is what happens. Yes.
Okay. No, it's not a great amount of times when that happens. It does certainly happen, though. I'm not going to say that it doesn't, but this is, in many respects, the classic Michael Dukakis moment where crime is a hot button issue and it invokes a lot of passion out of people.
So if I remember correctly, Michael Dukakis was a political opponent of not Reagan, but George, like Bush Sr. And this is like a there was a guy that had like a weekend pass or something, and he unalived somebody, and his name was Willie Horton, and he was black, and George Bush Sr. ran that ad over and over and over again and utilized the racism of America to win that election.
So anecdotes work really well in
HW,
comparison
yeah.
to actual empirical evidence. The problem with cash bail is not that like people just keep stealing cars. You can give me 1,000 examples overall of being like, this guy's a carjacker and he got released immediately and he jacked another car, right? Ultimately, the data does not show that these people are becoming repeat offenders, and what you are describing is an issue.
What you are describing is like Batman villains, right? They get out of prison, or they get out of jail, and they immediately are like, let's go back and do the thing again, right? This is like
within the criminal justice.
And all I got a leftist mafia shout out. Wait, today?
With a singular judge.
Wait, they're
or
not
maybe
they're not
some
on yet, are they?
Judges that fuck up every now and then, because ultimately, if someone is a habitual
are you talking about last week?
Offender, the job of the judge that you are bringing up is to say, no, dog, you're a poop guy. You're the guy. I'm sorry, you've smeared too much poop. Like, this is your second time doing this. I'm not offering you bail, because cash bail does not mean that judges have no power to offer. Judges have no power to stop you from, entering a carceral facility at any given moment.
If you committed a murder, you're not going to get bail anyway.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that is.
We're talking about last week. Okay.
Plus, then do you agree with me that if you do it a second time, that you need to pay bail?
I don't think that legislating that is the smart decision, because. Well, if you
go ahead.
Well, then
why don't you think it's
then
smart?
the 3 strikes law would be a smart idea.
Okay, no, 3 strikes is you lose your entire life.
Yeah,
you lose.
Yeah,
etc. And so, no, there's a difference. There was a guy in Louisiana that was serving a life sentence for stealing a pair of hedge clippers, right?
Okay,
but that's a different issue.
The principle
than,
behind
I'm letting you out to do another crime and another crime and another crime.
The principle,
I'm asking you, like, so would you? Is there? If it's not 2, is it 3? Is it 4?
What you're describing is literally codifying that in that way is quite literally running into the same exact problem that feeds into the carceral state. Whereas, the problem there is judges should have discretion, okay? And they should apply that discretion appropriately, rather than saying they are no longer able to apply discretion whatsoever because the law does not permit you, because...
I'm perfectly comfortable saying if someone does...
No. Yeah, does he get what he's saying? Does he get that he's saying he's not just saying that like judges should be able to do XYZ, deny cash bail. That's essentially mandating it. It might have been you. Oh my God.
Especially if you go to 3 crimes, they got let out with no bail. No, sorry, brother.
That's quite literally the principle.
The law.
You're describing the principle behind the 3 strikes law.
Except for the fact that one is about bail, and you're going to get an actual court date where you will receive justice and you will receive a trial,
which of course,
etc. The other one is we take your liberty away for the rest of your life.
Which of course
It's
brings
a
us
giant
back.
difference.
Which of course brings us back to the major reason as to why people are just kind of letting people go, and that is that Rikers is an insane place to even fucking exist. And no, a lot of those people are not getting their fucking day in court immediately because the courts are fucking backed up because we have an incredibly draconian criminal justice system.
That's why you shouldn't commit 3 crimes in a row, because you don't want to go to Rikers.
Okay, that's awesome that you said that, because you think that higher sentences or more aggressive ways of punishing crime is an adequate deterrent strategy when there is not a single piece of paper that you can point to throughout. You just gave that as a reason.
Wait, you did it 2 weeks in a row, but you didn't give Bender a super chat until this week.
Deterrence.
No,
it doesn't work.
No, brother,
it doesn't work. It has never worked.
No, hold on. So when a guy commits 3 crimes in a row, I'm not worried about deterrence. I'm worried about getting him the fuck off the street so he stops punching defenseless women in the face while they're trying to get to work. Okay, so I'm going to take him.
Like, this is anecdote Andy here.
His ass off the street. You've committed enough goddamn crimes when we're going to put you away. And if you want to cry about it, well, sad day for you.
I'm shocked.
You shouldn't have punched a poor lady in the subway 3 freaking different times.
I'm shocked that you do not see, on the one hand, you have sympathy.
Dead Whiskey, thank you for the sub on YouTube.
For the other guy who was swept away under the same draconian rules when he
because that guy can't get out of prison for life. The other guy just has to go to trial and prove he didn't do it.
Okay, so the guy that was suspected, because you don't have to actually do a crime to get thrown in Rikers, right? The guy that was suspected,
entering Tim Pool territory.
That does happen.
We can't stop here. This is Tim Pool territory.
In a situation where
much more.
No, hey, thank you everybody for spreading the word. I guess, yeah, I really appreciate that.
Common occurrence is guys doing crimes over and over and over and over and over.
Okay, no, that's not.
Recidivism is like the #1 problem.
Recidivism,
a tiny amount of criminals create a giant number of crimes.
Wait. I know that. Recidivism doesn't happen specifically on the bail side, though. Recidivism is the sum total of all people who were incarcerated that get out of prison after serving their sentence, Cenk. There is a much larger number of people that are serving prison sentences and getting out and then engaging in crime again, rather than being apprehended for a moment, being detained, and then fucking going out.
It's weird because you get the feeling with Cenk that there was a moment in time where he didn't have a tough on crime, point of view, where he saw the problem with the criminal justice system as being over policing, over incarceration, etc., etc. And then it didn't take much for him to go back to advocating the same thing. Do you hear what he's saying here? The overarching narrative that he's giving you is that there are a small number of people who are not only criminal, but they are pathologically criminal, and they will always be criminal. And therefore, the carceral state needs to exist, because you can't let the Arkham Asylum people out. You know what I mean? These people are just they're the comic book villains. That's the feeling that you get here, right? There's only a few of them. They're all pathological. There's no rehabilitation. The only thing to do is lock them up, identify them, lock them up, throw away the key.
Doing the crime again. That's not recidivism.
You're just talking past reality. You guys are going into the. Hold on. You guys are going into stores. Guys are harassing people on the streets, etc. And they're walking, brother. They're walking. And that's why they're coming back and doing it again and again and again. If you say that's not happening, you're arguing against reality. And that's exactly what I'm saying here. You're losing people.
Wait, what is he saying? He's saying people get accused, indicted, but not convicted?
Losing people but
they're guilty?
On your side because they go...
What is your argument? Because I thought he was arguing against cash bail, which has to do with incarcerating a person who can't bail themselves out prior to their trial.
Us, that's not reality. That's not the reality that I live in. They're locking up all the stuff in the CVS because guys keep coming in and taking it.
That's another really good. See, again,
Why is this so important?
all matter
for,
of.
shouldn't he just give in and pull on the same side of the rope as Hasan?
All matter.
Everybody's making it up. CVS is making it up.
Well, they're not.
No, it fucking sells. You know this, Cenk. Oh my God, you at least you used to know this.
Matter of fact, if you look at the actual data coming from the National Retailers Association, they literally talk about shrink, which is not necessarily simply people stealing. 36% of that, the $112 billion number that they point.
Yeah, how dare you steal food and toiletries?
To in terms of total shrink, actually is external theft in the form of organized retail theft, which, by the way, isn't the overwhelming majority of external theft that's happening. It's just a fucking media fantasy. Okay,
it is literally like a comic book narrative, right? You got this gang out there, you see, and what they do is they come into stores and they just literally rip everything off the shelves like they were on that old game show Supermarket Sweep. They literally just grab it all and they dump it into their shopping cart. They ram their shopping cart through. Oh my God, I did it again. Oh my God, Chad, I have not had one that's this bad. This is so bad. Chad, did you see what I did it again? Oh, well, you don't see it because if you got the ad breaks, you got the ad break. And if you didn't get the ad break, then that's because you have a sub. And
26.
No, it's not. We see with our own eyes, Haas.
Dude, do you want me to describe to you what the reality is by giving you empirical evidence, or are we going to talk like you're a reactionary conservative by just, talking about your fifis? Like, this is not
fifis. You're crazy, man.
No.
Here we go. This is the central problem with Cenk's thinking. It is all based on anecdotes.
No.
People do a
You're
sense
doing.
of insecurity.
You're literally
all anecdotes.
Oh my God, you're doing bench.
Those damn Chilean crime mobs.
No, brother, come on.
Facts
you tell
are-
me that Philadelphia didn't happen? Are you telling me they didn't go into that
No,
goddamn
of
store?
course it happened. Do you think that $112 billion of
I'm so bad at this.
shrink is happening?
Shrink
36%
always happens.
Okay, exactly.
Chad, it's not even your fault this time if we don't hit the sub goal and we have to end the stream prematurely before we even get to see what's going on with Keffals, because it's really interesting what the defense of Brianna Wu has done to Keffals and what Keffals what her reaction is. I'm not sure if we'll get to there. We're only at one sub. Yeah, we're 9 subs away on Twitch, unfortunately. That is
Now
my
it's
fault though, 100%.
Worse, because they've added this extra.
There's literally people in the ad break right now, and I didn't warn them.
Is it worse? That's really interesting because according to the National Retailers Association, that fucking same number that you hear in local media, that actual study shows that shrink has not increased in comparison to former years, and it's actually trailing along at 1%.
It's just funny. It's bad enough that Fox News is able to seed these narratives into the public perception, right? Because you hear this stuff. You hear that, like, oh, do you live in New York City? Oh no, you can't live there. Crime is out of control. Los Angeles? Oh no, not Los Angeles. San Francisco? Oh, that place is like thunder. It's like Mad Max over there, right? And it's bullshit. If you live in any of these places, you know that it's bullshit. You know that they're getting lied to. But they live in like Oklahoma or Indiana or Iowa or someplace, and they literally don't see these cities. So they don't know any different. They don't know any different at all. And look, it's bad enough that stuff happens. What really sucks is that a so-called progressive is picking up on this shit with zero scrutiny. Zero scrutiny, and he doesn't realize how media narratives work. Even though it's literally his job. What about the Seattle Times? You got subscribed twice, though? Cenk is just being a reactionary, no going back. Or Cenk. Oh, is the Seattle Times like an outlet that sells the crime narratives? All right, ad break ended. Welcome back, everybody. And yes, once again, I have failed you. I have failed you because I am supposed to tell you ahead of the ad break, not after the ad break when you can't do anything about it, that if you no longer want to see those ad breaks, you can stop seeing them with a Twitch Prime sub. You can stop seeing them by paying for a sub for yourself, or you could possibly stop seeing them if you are lucky enough to be gifted a sub, which can happen and which does happen, but will more likely happen to you if you are active in chat.
Alongside, San Francisco closed because they don't want to make money, because they wanted to make some political point.
Do you think organized retail theft is capable of stealing $112 billion, or do you think that it's
yeah? Don't forget where most theft happens. Don't forget where most crime happens. Right? It's white collar crime.
Shrink, Haas.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally internal theft in the same way that
has always existed.
Employees stealing 26%, which, by the way, totally on board with that. Keep doing that.
Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Not only that, but also there's inventory mismanagement, things that are damaged in the process. That's a part of shrink as well.
Always.
Shrink across the board has not increased in a dramatic way, according to the national.
Why are they closing down the stores?
Because
they
real estate.
Stores because you can't make money.
That's insane. They can't make money because of real estate, Cenk. They can't make money because brick and mortar has no basis anymore. There's no way to make money with a fucking Walgreens. No, that's a much larger factor. It's insane to say.
That's a wild admission just from somebody who was a second ago blaming the entire thing on what? Shoplifting, on retail theft gangs, on some chimera of the mind?
That like
As Seattle Target's closed shoppers question if crime is really to blame, says Seattle Times, but it's mostly scare news because it's a newspaper. Yeah, and like Hasan was just saying, a lot of this is happening because real estate prices are out of control, and that becomes a cost in operating a bricks and mortar business, right? Where is real estate exceptionally costly in cities, all right? So you've got cities, you've got stores there, they earn a certain amount of money, but they pay a certain amount of money out in lots of costs, including rent. The rent goes up and up and up and up and up and up, and pretty soon they can't afford to keep that location open. And so you get, these kind of closures like Minop was talking about with Target in Seattle. And the media narrative becomes, this is like, there's so much theft, there's so much shoplifting, there's so much of all this stuff going on that they can't keep the stores open. Better get tough on crime.
Teenagers, or 100 teenagers even, are a gang of roving teenagers.
Australia has the same issues.
Are able to literally take down the entire retailers in neighborhoods. That's crazy. You know why shrink is actually increased? Self-checkout. That's why shrink is actually increased, because you know what contributes to shrink? That $112 billion number. You know what actually increases that? You and everyone else that goes into a fucking Wawa and like steals the Skittles. What do you think is happening more frequently? Roving gangs of people that are able to steal billions of dollars of merch.
The last time I went to a place with self-checkout, the last place I went to that had self-checkout, they actually had a camera, and like you could see it. Like you could see yourself on camera. I think that's their strategy now to prevent what Hasan was talking about, which is, self-checkout. Accidents sometimes happen, right? You accidentally mark something as conventional that's actually organic, or, you accidentally punch in the code for the cheaper coffee instead of the more expensive coffee. Something happens, and
merchandise.
There's a little shrinkage. Wait, do they call it shrinkage? It's not called shrinkage, is it? Is it literally called shrinkage? Because that is a boomer joke, if it is, right? Isn't that the thing where the guy goes into the swimming pool and he's like, his thing gets smaller?
Or a sum total of every fucking American doing the same goddamn thing without even thinking about it, when they just go into
your grocery store has greeters that watch
the
you?
Wawa and yoink a Skittles at 2 a.m. when they're high as fuck. That's what is actually the.
Yeah, I remember places that were suspicious. Like they would have somebody kind of follow you around, and they would like ask you questions. Would you like any help with anything? Is there anything I can help you get? Like, yeah, they're just like
shrink.
But Haas, I'm not denying any of the factors that you mentioned. Those are all real factors. but you're denying the one factor that everyone can see with their eyes. So you're
on Fox News.
Are you saying?
Oh my God.
So what should we do with those guys who break?
You're not seeing this with your eyes. What are you talking about, Cenk?
Into those places.
Okay.
Shouldn't we put them in prison right away and make sure?
Do I
prison right away? That seems like a bit of a deviation from.
think that police should stop robberies? Yes, I do.
Thank you.
That is insane. No, that's
It's almost like Cenk once judged Dredd.
not a few moment because the reality that you are dealing with is not like what is actually happening, and it saddens me to see you go along with mainstream media narratives that are inherently reactionary.
It's not, Haas, you're not living in reality. So,
Brother,
okay,
how am I not living? I just gave you empirical evidence. You gave me look around. That is the reality. How is that not any different than what Ben
Haas,
Shapiro does?
First of all, we all see that they walk into the stores, they take the stuff. We all see that the stuff gets locked up. We all see the stores closing down. Not only that, we all experience it. So finally, can I just get to the anecdote that I was talking about? Because it's instructive, not because it improves definitively anything, but it's instructive for the point I'm trying to make, okay? Which is partly agrees with some of the things that you have said, okay? So we got a guy in the neighborhood. He's carrying around this metal pipe, and he's sharpened the edge, and it looks like a frickin' spear. There, by the way, there was another lady with a machete, and these are real stories. You can catch feelings over, but they're absolutely real.
Somebody's catching feelings.
And by the way, the lady with the machete, nobody did anything about her because the cops say, "Oh no,
They're
we
just
don't
like
see the
it's a machete.
That's the cops not doing their job, right?
They were too woke. The cops were too woke.
But at the same time, they go, "We take her in. She comes right back out." Okay, so at some point, she finally grabbed a mom and a kid. So finally, they took her away. She comes back 48 hours later. Okay, fine. But now,
Wait, the
guy with the spear is yelling the N-word 24/7 on the corner of the block. So I have a biracial neighbor. She comes out, and he sees her, and he starts calling her the N-word. And he's got, no, we don't see the machete. And that's the cops not doing their job, right?
I agree, yeah.
But at the same time, they go, we take her in. She comes right back out. Okay, so at some point, she finally grabbed a mom and a kid. So finally, they took her away. She comes back 48 hours later. Okay, fine. But now, the guy with the spear is yelling the N-word 24/7 on the corner of the block. So I have a biracial neighbor. She comes out, and he sees her, and he starts calling her the N-word. And he's got a goddamn weapon, right? And then cops come out, eventually, begrudgingly, right? And the cops say, no, we're not going to do it. He puts away the spear. The other lady takes it away. And the cops go, no, we're not going to do anything about it. And they say, why? My neighbor asks, why? 2 reasons. One, we bring them in, and they get released. You want me to bring them in? He's going to be back out here in a couple of hours. Okay?
Earlier, you said you don't believe cops, and now you're saying you believe cops.
Let me finish the story. And then as they're leaving, they then say, if you care about this, you should care about how you vote. So that's the cops saying, I'm not going to do my goddamn job unless you vote Republican, unless you can let me kick people's ass for a living. I don't like solving crime. I like kicking ass, and when I have an overwhelming advantage, right?
Oh my God, what is he advocating for? Like, just give in to this fascist organization of thugs that's literally like holding you for ransom. That's literally like mafia tactics. You're like, well, I could do something about it, but you're voting the wrong way. You're voting for the wrong candidates. I don't like these candidates. These candidates say that it's bad when I hurt people. I say that it's good. And if you want me to do my job, my supposed job, then you better vote for those candidates that want me to hurt people again.
Is that real? Yes, it's real. But it is also...
I have yeah, right. This story just keeps on getting better and better. There's the argument, yeah.
So real, Haas, that when they bring them in, they let them out. And so what happened with the lady with the machete? She's back out in 48 hours.
Thank you for bringing this up because it made me more angry at the cops.
That's my point. Both things are true, Haas.
Okay,
cops aren't doing their jobs. And if I was in New York City police, if I was Bill de Blasio back in the day.
But why is he bringing this up as a reason? How is this compelling? How is this convincing?
I don't know if you remember, the cops turned their backs on him in some press conference when he was doing like a mild critique of cops or something.
Yeah, I remember. They run the show over there, the Sergeant Benevolent Association.
Yeah,
they
you know what I would do?
dox his child.
He's not even a drunkle. He's just an uncle.
Yeah, you know what I would have done? I would have been like, you're fired and you're fired. Go ahead and sue me, okay? And police chief, you're fucking fired. And if you don't do your goddamn job, you're all going to get fired.
Okay.
Go ahead and sue me. Okay?
Can we
so
before
both are factors.
Okay, can we get back to the major difference of
Cenk literally sounds like Trump.
agreement that we had, because like you were doing the anecdote thing while I was trying to show you something
He's a huge anecdote, Andy.
that is objectively true. One, Walgreens, when they closed down their shops in certain areas, they said it was crime. Crime was the reason, right?
You're in your backyard cackling. What even is this story? I'm a little confused too. I'm just overwhelmed with this. I was like, let's just let them talk about the cop thing, and then we can move on to the Whick and President Sunday thing. And they keep on talking. I mean, Cenk especially. Like, this is definitely, I don't know.
That's fucking bullshit. And it didn't matter because everyone was doing the same thing that you're doing. Look around! Look around! Crime is happening everywhere, right? Except Walgreens now openly states, a year after the fact, oh yeah, I guess the CFO came out and said, the chief financial officer said, that maybe we cried too much last year over theft. So the question at this point is, why did they do that? I know why they did that. Do you have an idea why they said crime was the reason why they were closing their shops?
Because otherwise, closing a shop makes you look weaker as a business. It is something that will drive up your stock prices, right? You know, if you're closing down businesses that aren't making money, right? It'll be good, but overall, it'll be like reported as like Walgreens shrunk by a rate of 5% last year. The retailer's first reduction of locations since 1988. Investors are uncertain of the future. That's not a good story. The better story is like Walgreens was forced to close down several locations due to shoplifting, due to retail theft, right? That's a much better story.
Look, you're taking Walgreens as one example.
He's a tosser.
And there's a lot of different companies that
if I'm
react
taking
in different ways, and there are a number of factors. So if Walgreens admits that they overstated the crime, there was a real reason why they closed their shops. I agree. So in that case, one of the other factors is probably larger, right?
Yeah. So what is the reason?
The point you make about
so
real
what do you
estate-
think it was?
The point you make about real estate is actually a perfectly good point.
So you think it was
and that
Amazon?
is also one of the factors.
Okay, so you think it was like same day delivery, Amazon, e-commerce dominating?
That's complicated too, because that's a contributing factor. But COVID made a giant difference because people were not actually physically going into the stores.
True. So that's good. So you recognize all of that. Okay. So if even one of these executives that was leading the fucking charge openly admits that they were lying a year prior.
Apparently they talk about Cenk's presidential run after this.
And the National Retailers Association that puts out those numbers on shrink is openly admitting that the increase in shrink is like actually perfectly in line with the increase in retail shopping, and it's totally normal. Then you, as a smart person.
That is nasty. That is nasty. So this narrative really came from numbers that were inflating as, like, check it out, right? Pandemic, measures are taken out. More people are going out shopping. There's an increase of sales in general. And with that, an increase in retail theft. And our lovely media reports it back to us as if there's an epidemic of retail theft. Because which story does better? Which story does better for your local news, right? That Walgreens closed down because they weren't making enough money. There was competition with Amazon and online delivery. There were various reasons, that or Walgreens shut down because of crime.
Values empirical evidence over personal.
We need more Aussies in chat. You know what? That's true. That's true. Wait. Okay, so if I'm not correct, what time is it? Oh no, Australia's like a big country, right? It's several times in Australia, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a whole different time in New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's like there's several time zones there. But that's the question, right? Because I feel like when I was streaming overnight, I got a lot of Australians in chat. Did we skip past Cenk yelling F? Yo, wait, we must have. Wait, I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that. I mean, I could probably find it.
Anecdotes should, in that situation, do what?
So, Haas, look, if you want, next time I'll come with a book of statistics for you. But are you saying that in Portland, that the good progressives in Portland were full of shit and they panicked and they got rid of their progressive legislators and got tougher on crime because it was just all a mirage and they bought into the mirage? No, Haas, you see the crime, you see the numbers going up in select cities. You see it sometimes affecting some retailers, but not
like,
others.
This is such a bad argument, right? It's like
retailers.
Look, if this shit exists, if you got statistics, bring them. You should have brought them.
And so it is a.
This isn't like the first time they've talked about this, is this?
Well, it's a fact.
Does he really have a problem with Lance? Yes. He's got. I guess maybe because of leftist mafia criticizing TYT. That's why. But yeah, no, he specifically named Lance.
But if you think that actual crime is not one of
and
the
then Hasan said something to him about, like, there are people out there who disagree with you, who have some criticism for you that I have respect for. So I don't know if that was, necessarily a reference towards Lance, but it was an acknowledgement that a lot of people have criticized TYT, and they are not all bad people, and maybe even a hint that they are not all wrong either.
Factors. Go ask the good people of Portland. Go ask
who are the good progressives?
People of Seattle who are all overwhelmingly progressive, and they're saying we've had enough of this shit. Will you, for God's sake, when someone commits a crime, put them in goddamn jail?
Okay. I don't know what to tell you because, like, you can come back with more statistics, which I think if you are
that is such cope. That is such cope. I will come back. I'm going to come back, and I'm going to come back with more statistics. I'm going to have all the statistics because all the statistics are on my side. I haven't looked at the statistics yet, but I know that when I see the statistics, they're going to be on my side. Guess why? Because the people of Portland and the people of Seattle agree with me. Citation? My ass.
A person with a profound amount of influence, 5 billion views a month, like you said.
No, a year.
Or 5 billion views a year. Okay. You should probably have those statistics because those statistics should have been guiding your...
Why are you showing up without the statistics? Yeah, exactly. He is sure that the statistics exist, even though he's not entirely sure where. He didn't think, it was important to bring them or cite them or anything like that, but he's sure. Just like Republicans are sure that in a biology book, in an anatomy and physiology book, it says, there are men and women and that's it. Like you know what I mean? Like just it's the, he's going to come back with files. He's going to come back with trapper keepers.
So you think the people of Portland and Seattle just totally got played? There was no crime. The
I'm not saying
situation wasn't out of control.
I'm not saying that there is no crime. I've never said that there is no crime.
Okay, but that it was overhyped.
Crime
they threw out their progressive legislators.
Crime is
because they were wrong.
That's really interesting that you mentioned that because in San Francisco, Chesa Boudin was recalled, right?
Right.
Because he's like woke George Soros back DA, and yet it's not like they got a handle on crime after that.
Because it's about the laws.
The chat is exceptional today. I don't know what's going on in Twitch chat though. Like I feel like YouTube chat, the Twitch chat can see you, right? And the idea is that maybe you can talk back and forth together sometimes, but I don't know. I feel like Twitch chat just cannot keep up with YouTube chat.
One individual. So that's why I'm focusing on too many misdemeanors that should be felonies, and we got to put a cap on no cash bail. I'm giving you very...
Oh, yeah, you're right, Soul Life. Cenk did not understand. He doesn't know the medium. He literally doesn't know the medium. Hasan had an ad break, And he explained to him that, like, you know, Cenk was like, oh, well, if there's an ad break, there's an ad break. What's the point? What do I need to talk to? And he's like, no, there's still, you know, some people that are subs that'll still be here. You can talk to them. And Cenk is like, this is the time for me to promote stuff, right? When there are the least number of people watching. Yeah, there are people watching. Yeah, they need to be entertained, but no, they're not, like, it's not a big audience that you're going to be able to, you know, advertise to, right? Because that's what Cenk did while Hasan took a break. There's so much about, like, the fact that Hasan is scrolling up and down news articles that you know, show what's wrong with Cenk's argument as he's talking. He doesn't realize that he's getting debunked in real time.
Specific.
He doesn't realize how he looks.
Reasonable amendments of what we need to do to have a fair.
Yeah, the reason that Twitch is probably mad at me, though, the reason that Twitch is not talking to me today is definitely because I keep on forgetting to mention that at the top of the hour there's an ad break, and that if they no longer want to see the ads, they can use Twitch Prime to subscribe. They can pay $5 to subscribe, or if they're lucky, they might just be gifted a subscription, but it's going to happen more often if they're active in chat.
System and a fair criminal justice system that does not over-imprison.
Why wasn't Hasan ready for this?
And that does not under-imprison people, so that you protect everyone.
There's no come on, you can't say that there's a problem with under-imprisoning people in America, right?
Well, these days, unfortunately, in some cities there are because of these laws that we
in
passed.
some cities. What cities? Point to a single city where there's an
Give me anything other than a goddamn anecdote, Cenk.
under imprisonment issue
For the last 3 to 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Portland, Seattle, San Francisco.
Okay. San Francisco or in the California.
Based on what?
In its entirety. Okay. Because San Francisco is like, what do you point to with San Francisco's under policing? Like the classic grand larceny restrictions have been limited, right? So why did it happen in the last year or so when that's been in place as a law for what, 10 fucking years almost?
That's because they started watching the local news and going, oh, we can do this and there's no consequences. Let's just all go steal shit.
Okay.
Because nobody's getting arrested.
Okay, got it. But we already established that retail theft has not actually increased according to the Retail Association. So where is that happening? That is outside of the bounds of reason.
So look, you're coming at, all right, Hus.
You're coming at it with statistics. You're coming at it with the raw numbers. You're coming at it with, okay, you want to see crime has increased? All right, I'm looking at the crime numbers, and I see an increase correspondent with the increase in shopping. That tracks. That's normal. That's not an increase in freaking retail theft. But Cenk is just so sure. He's heard there was somebody in Seattle, my friend over in Seattle. Well, it wasn't actually my friend. It was my friend's wife's dog walker's agent's therapist in Seattle. And they assured they're sure that, you know, this is a huge problem in Seattle.
You win, and next time I will come with incredible stats about crime because you're obsessed with proving that our eyes are lying to us and that the stats are perfectly lovely. There's no extra crime. There's no extra retail
this is really
theft.
important. This is really important.
We're all making it up.
This is the same conversation.
We're all making it up. No, Cenk, it's like, look, God damn it. You are a tree in a forest. You see the little area around the tree. Okay? That's what you're seeing. Your friends, neighbors, dog walkers, therapists, agents, postal worker, postal deliverer, right? They see their little area, right? If we want to know how the forest is, though, rather than just how does this little area around the tree look, then we take an inquiry into all of the forest. We ask all of the trees, and they send in their data, and we crunch the data, and we ask ourselves, is there an increase in squirrels stealing nuts? Or were there just some squirrels that stole your nuts? Is that what happened? Did some squirrels steal your nuts? Is that what's going on?
Paranoia.
Cenk, this is the same conversation that
and
I
if
had.
So, I'm very sorry for you, right? You need those nuts.
In some respects with Andrew Tate.
To plant a new tree, yeah.
Right? No,
he is nothing if not
I'm
protectable.
serious. Anecdotes have a tendency to misguide us because, of course, when you see something happening right in front of your
This is not an argument that you should have to make, right? This really sucks that he's having to waste time on this because, like, this isn't a serious discussion now. This is a basic lecture on the nature of data.
You have a tendency to think this is happening infinitely more frequently, which is why we rely on empirical evidence, right? That is
they're letting people go. That's a fact.
That's
okay,
fact.
but one part
You pulled that out of your ass. If it's a fact, it should be easy to support. Show me the numbers.
Part of that,
the lady has a machete. She's back on the corner.
There's a lady with a
48
machete.
hours.
I understand.
Dude,
that.
I got an anecdote. You got a fucking antidote. Your brother's, sister's, nephew's, uncle's, like, dog groomer said. I get it. I get it.
People's reality, and you're driving them crazy, and
No.
you're making them go, I'm not going to vote for that person or anyone associated with that guy under penalty of law. I am not going to let my kid.
Yo, my favorite Hasan reaction to Cenk is like the yoga breathing. It's like the deep breath, the like center yourself.
Kids get kidnapped by a machete lady because Haas
is on the side of the machete lady.
Has some stats about Walgreens.
No,
Haas wanted to look at the stats rather than listening to Cenk's story about the machete lady.
You're mixing and matching two different things.
You're literally becoming a hog in front of our eyes. This is like lycanthropy, and Hasan keeps on trying to tie you up on the full moon and make sure that you don't get out and cause mayhem, but you keep on breaking those ropes anyway. And he is left with very little choice of how to handle this situation.
When we're talking about it, you're saying crime across the board, specifically in retail stores, is happening, and it's happening at levels that previously were unheard of.
Hasan does not care about the children being endangered by the machete lady.
Unseen.
You're obsessed
I'm
with
showing
the retail
you
stores. I'm telling you the
No,
broad
that's one
picture.
aspect of it. As far as the criminal mishandling.
I have never seen more of a disparity between Twitch and YouTube. Hey, YouTube, make sure you're hitting that like button, okay? Make sure you're hitting that like button. It's important to me. It's actually the only way that you have to intervene with the algorithm yourself. That is like watching my stuff and hitting that like button to let YouTube know that you want more like this.
Of the personal situation that you're talking about, I'm right there.
Yeah, is he on the same story? I think so.
With you. It is unimaginable.
This is like, I don't know. It's like arguing with a MAGA. It's like arguing with a chud, right? Statistics don't matter. Facts don't matter. What matters is stories. What matters is media narratives. And if everybody else is buying into the media narrative, just disagreeing with it, whether it's right or wrong, is you taking the L politically, right? That's what he's saying.
Imaginably cruel that police have this fucking stranglehold on the neck.
Twitch was popping earlier and it was annoying YouTube. Now YouTube is popping and maybe it's annoying Twitch. I don't know. I don't know how you feel, Twitch, because you won't tell me.
Neck of Americans where they just go, sorry, I'm not going to do my fucking job. That requires swift justice in the sense that these cops that misbehave in this way.
Remember, YouTube, at any time you could steal the stream right away from Twitch by hitting that member goal before YouTube does hits. In fact, you're the same. You're 9 away, same as YouTube. So it is a race at this point.
That get paid $300,000 a year with overtime pay that they fucking did.
You do have that Destiny stuff to watch at some point.
All to just sit around in a fucking parking lot and jerk off all day and look at their fucking laptops and drive around and drive over fucking red lights with their lights off every goddamn day for no fucking particular reason. Those pieces of shit need to learn to do their goddamn jobs.
If you
One
think
of
that's
that
the
is
only
being
factor, you're wrong.
How is that not the most significant
are they letting
factor?
them go or are they not letting them go?
They're letting them go and then telling you they're letting them go because, sorry, there's nothing we can do because
They're not
these
letting
woke
them go.
DAs
The
are
prosecutors
going
letting them go, Haas. The prosecutors are letting them go. And then the cops are not doing their job. It's a double whammy. Okay? So are you saying the prosecutors haven't changed anything about cash bail?
Do you think
haven't changed anything about misdemeanors versus felonies?
Do you think,
and that it's just magically?
Do
happening?
you think prosecutors are just like, we love that fucking? Do you think that in the United States of America, under this criminal justice system, okay, do you think that prosecutors are going, we love crime, let's fucking let these people go? So what is it about?
What are you describing?
So when a law changes and a prosecutor says, hey, brother, this used to be a felony, but now it's a misdemeanor. Now I got nowhere to plead. So I plead him out to nothing. And he's walking because I can't try all these cases. I can only try about 2% of these cases.
Okay.
So I have to do pleas. I have to do pleas. So when you call something a misdemeanor, I'm going to let that dude walk
what you're
9 out of 10 times. Okay. So
Soul Life, thank you for becoming a member.
all I'm saying, Haas, is a slight change
and
where we go.
That's like YouTube going one ahead of Twitch.
Those crimes should not be misdemeanors. They should be felonies. And we
Okay.
go one by one, and I bet you we get overwhelming agreement, right? And the other slight changes, hey, somebody commits a crime once.
Look, YouTube's got reason to be mad at me. Sorry, YouTube. I mean, I hope YouTube doesn't have reason to be mad at me. Twitch has reason to be mad at me. I've been doing a terrible job today, and they've all gotten hit with 3-minute ad breaks out of nowhere. I didn't even warn them about them. They just happened.
Don't make them do a cash bail. That's not
Michael Sides, thank you for the membership.
fair to poor people, middle class people, etc.
That is a
but
cool
somebody
noise.
does, in my opinion, too. You can say 8, whatever the number is, and we could argue over the number. But if they do 2 crimes back to back, no, then then you've got to stay in jail, and you've got to pay bail. That's it.
Okay. I don't agree.
What is Jink even talking about?
With your solutions, because the issue, the problem here is that, and the reason why I went back to retail theft is because it's the one that like everyone fucking constantly talks about, is that when you're talking about like violently threatening someone with a fucking weapon, okay, that's not a misdemeanor. Like
in a lot of places it is.
No, it's not.
All right.
Okay, in Los
fucking prove it.
Angeles, is it a okay? Threatening assault with a deadly weapon is a misdemeanor in Los Angeles?
No, first of all, let's
I swear to God, like, you know, they're like.
Let's look it up.
How are you going to look it up? Are you literally going to write, is assault with a sharpened lead pipe considered a misdemeanor or a felony? Is that what you're looking up, Jink? Is that what
It's a felony. It's a felony.
No, dude, you just took the most extreme example.
What do you
You're
mean?
like attempted murder. Is that a misdemeanor?
Wait, no, I did not use attempted murder. I used the anecdote that you brought up. You said making criminal threats or a threatening to assault someone with a deadly weapon is lowered to a misdemeanor. It's your example. I didn't bring that up. You brought it up.
Like,
and
this is worse than arguing with Rogan, because at least with Rogan you can appeal to Jamie. Oh my God, Satiric Games, thank you for the membership. Wait a minute. I feel like, is there a... Let me look and see exactly what's going on. I don't want to, like, miss if, like, okay. No, these are memberships. Okay, I was just making sure that there's no gifter that I need to thank as well. But yeah, thank you. Oh no, Soul Life gifted a membership. Thank you for the gift membership. And joined Weird Champs as well. Okay, yeah, because it tells me in chat, like, just that, like, whoever became a member, it doesn't necessarily... I have to look and see if it's like there's somebody I should thank for gifting sub. Yeah, thank you.
I'm fact checking it.
I don't know why that machete lady was let out. Okay, so I wasn't there in her court trial. But in terms of tons of sexual assault here, petty, I just looked up like common misdemeanors, right? And this doesn't, we can get it, like we should.
I am zoning out. This is hard. This is hard. Because Jink is not coming with anything. This is not a real debate. This is Jink being sure that they are letting machete-wielding, dangerous people out on the street again. And there's just no way to do anything about it. And it's because of what? Like, lack of mandatory cash bail?
Do a real analysis of it, but some forms of assault.
Like, wait until he finds out about the file lady.
And
okay.
DUIs.
He's gonna be like, this no comment chick, she's been caught. she's been caught keeping files. And every time they just let her out again and again, she never gets canceled. She's like a cockroach. She's unkillable. There's nothing we can do about her, chat. She has a chat full of trans people that support intersectional leftism or something like that, and they're just behind her no matter what kind of bullshit we try to pull.
On and on.
No, I love that. We will get into that in a second. This is very important, and it deserves self-examination.
You gotta put the file lady away.
This is an issue that happened in the real world in your life. This
Aristocracy warned us about her.
Something that you have used in your commentary.
Dylan Burns warned us about her.
Should you, in your opinion, at least
the entire Transmed group chat warned us about her,
do the due diligence and have checked to see if it was a misdemeanor or a felony when it's an example that you've used before last time you were here? Since between
God, Soul Life, are you telling me that Chud Logic does not have his finger on the pulse of my demographics, on my analytics of who's actually this is
time you were here and now? Do you think that you should have
2 weeks ago?
Oh, okay. You were then you were talking about a
I'm going to
separate
read you
issue.
misdemeanors in California: assault, battery, indecent exposure.
According to Chud Logic, it's only trans people.
Exposure, shoplifting, domestic battery.
And it's weird that that's supposed to be an own too.
Trespassing, receiving stolen property.
Trespassing.
Okay. You laugh at trespassing. Here's another anecdote. I know you don't like anecdotes, but this is...
No, we don't like anecdotes. God damn it, Cenk.
This is real people's lives.
God damn it.
My neighbor comes over, talks to me, says, I got a deranged person in my front yard, and I'm going to call the cops, and he starts to sexually pleasure himself in front of her.
Yo, we're back to it again. We're back to it again. This is Cenk's favorite anecdote to tell, right? He just saved the best for last. This is his jam right here. Talking about the specter of somebody pleasuring themselves on your property. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. How is Machete Lady reaching to her victims without trespassing? That's right. Yo, at this point, I just want to clown on him. Right? There's nothing I can do but clown on him at this point. He's so ridiculous.
Window. And he says, go ahead, call the cops. They won't show up, which is partly your point, Haas. But when they do show up, they go, what do you want me to do? I can't, they're going to let him go. I'm going to bring him in, and he's going to come right back here. He's like, haha. And so you know what the guy does? He goes into their backyard and just starts hanging out and pleasuring himself and doing.
It feels like the point of your story is to dehumanize somebody to the point where we just agree with you and say, yeah, I don't know what you're going to do with that except lock the door and throw away the key. Is Kaya still back there? I don't see Kaya.
Whatever the hell. And so
wait.
You laugh at trespassing. Ha ha, it's so funny.
I am laughing at that.
No,
because...
I'm going to put that sumbitch away.
Okay, listen. First,
Hasan agrees with the backyard masturbator. But only Cenk is tough on crime to let that masturbator know that he needs to throw in the towel. He needs to give up because Cenk is coming for him. Thank you for the follow, Wildcat Sabo Tabby, and welcome to the stream. Oh my God, Kaya is making sure Hasan. Wait, where is Kaya? I don't see Kaya.
Homes person masturbated in front of you? Yes, they have. Yes, I had a serial masturbator here as well. So
wait, here at your house?
Yeah, they're all over LA because we don't put.
That's a big thing. The serial masturbators is the thing that we need to do something. It's only a misdemeanor. It's only a misdemeanor. It should be a felony. Oh no.
Them away.
Because
but they actually, by the way, those guys should be institutionalized. They shouldn't go to prison.
Did you just hear my Northeast accent? Oh no.
They should go to a mental health facility that is properly funded, that takes care of them.
That does not allow masturbation.
Okay,
But
good.
what we
I'm
shouldn't
glad
do-
we at least
You
agree
just want
on
to stop
that.
these
But what we
people from.
shouldn't-
You just want to stop these people from masturbating, Cenk. We don't.
do is go, whatever, it's not a problem. Just jerk off all over LA and kids will see.
It like look. Here's my thing. He lives in LA, right? Are you sure this is not just the masturbating bear from like Conan O'Brien? That's like running rampant. Maybe Sans costume. Right? I don't know. The way that you're describing this like phenomenon, it's just like I don't know if anybody really has that much energy. Like, right, for these people to fulfill the monstrosity that you've painted them out to be, they have got to be jerking it like constantly. They got to be ready to go. They see somebody, jerk away. Yeah, they got to start like, right? They cannot ever finish themselves off because otherwise they would not be able to perform for the next person they see. Because obviously, it's just like every chance a person out there, let me do the jerking.
Maybe you'll get it on grandparents.
Paging Dr. Kellogg. We need some cornflakes in here. We need some graham crackers and cornflakes stat.
Who cares?
Who says
Hasan? Yeah, well, look, he's you can tell when he gets really frustrated though, because all he does is he breathes into the mic. He like breathes loudly into the mic.
is that?
Machete ladies and self-pleasure. This is so wild.
Kind of do.
I mean, look. Some people might say that oh my God, somebody screen capped that. That is amazing. What is going on? What is going on, Uncle Cenk? You are not looking okay. You're on this tangent. You're worse than me. And I have like massive attention deficit, but like, what the hell? How did we end up here talking about the chronic masturbator of Cenk's like street that nobody will lock up? The police are just like, yeah, we'll come get him. We'll come get him and we'll let him out in 2 hours because he's gonna go like, I don't know. You're making it sound like the police are in on it.
That's the
So
most.
what do you want to do with him? Go ahead. What do you want to do with him?
You already said what I want to do with them. I
Olay hit the machete on the
agree
head.
that
Okay,
someone
so now we
who
don't-
Yeah, it's the prime sports drink. Yeah, what's up with that? According to H3, according to Ethan, that stuff is not. I know I shouldn't talk about products. Okay, yeah, I'm like not advertising a consumable product now, so I think it's okay to say that Ethan is not a fan of the Prime Energy. Ethan feels like it's too sweet. It's like thick. It's like a absurd kind of energy drink that he just doesn't understand why anybody drinks. And then I mean, but then again, maybe he's spoiled with gamer subs. Do we need gamer subs? What would I be like with gamer subs? Would I be like more high energy?
Have that current system in place.
Would I be able to stop from pissing off Twitch chat? Because in 12 minutes, Twitch chat, in 12 minutes, guess what we've got? We've got yet another ad break coming at you every hour on the hour at the top of the hour. 3 minutes of ads will be served directly to your eyeballs. If you no longer want to see them, you can prevent this tragedy from happening to your eyeballs with a Twitch Prime sub, with a normal Twitch sub, which costs you $5, $6 on mobile, I think, or with a gift sub, if you are lucky enough to be gifted one. It can happen. It does happen. It even happens in YouTube chat occasionally, but it'll happen more often if you're active in chat, because you're more visible. And on Twitch, people, like, I think on Twitch and YouTube, people can see whether you have a sub or not. But yeah, the Twitch thing, I keep on forgetting to warn them ahead of the ads. And I think what happens is they just see 3 minutes of ads with no warning, and they don't trust me anymore. They're like, I thought there was 2 ad breaks at the middle of the, oh my God, Sisyphean Task has become a member. Yo, YouTube is kicking ass today. It wasn't every hour. Well, yeah, no, it used to be every half hour, right? And it was shorter though. It was more bearable, I think, because it was shorter. And so that meant that it only came every half an hour, but it was twice as short. And now it's 3 full minutes at the top of the hour. And that just seems like a little bit much. And Twitch just forced it on me. I had no control. Like, right, I had it set on twice during the hour. Twitch decided they want it once during the hour for twice as long.
So you and I agree on what the ideal is.
Okay,
But
wait.
What do you think we should do today?
Why do you think that I think that you should be able to masturbate in public?
Thank you for the membership, Sisyphean.
Because Haas, you constantly saying these are imaginary issues. It's
I never
not
said
big,
that
a big deal. So
No.
okay, so what do you think we
I
should do
didn't-
with that
I
guy?
don't
Then
think
I don't
that-
want to put words in your mouth. You
I
tell
don't
me.
think that these are imaginary issues. I've never said that these are imaginary issues.
That's the sound they make in front of Jake's yard? Wait, are we talking about Jake from actual Jake? Did anybody watch the President Sunday actual Jake debate? That was weird.
I'm simply stating that
Weasel.
some of these issues are demonstrably and nefarious.
Oh yeah, well in YouTube you got no problem, right? In YouTube the big concern is to remember to hit that like button because it's really easy to forget and like I do it all the time. So but yeah, and Twitch literally no sub means that you're forced to watch 3 minutes. I almost said 3 hours. That'd be wild. 3 hours of ads. No, 3 minutes of ads at the top of every hour.
Seriously weaponized
200 milligrams of caffeine is dangerous. Are we talking about Prime again?
propagandized by mainstream media, specifically local news outlets.
Oh, when you tried Twitch, I see.
When the reality is very different and empirical evidence
Oh, yeah, they have only a certain amount of ads
shows that the reality is very different. As a matter of fact,
for each language.
in many instances, the very same authorities that we're getting these numbers from openly admit that these are not as severe as the media presents.
By the way,
it.
no, the
But-
crime problem is way worse because the cops aren't even bringing them in. So
but-
there's
but-
all this crime
but-
that's not even being reported.
Okay, please.
But Jink, it'd be easier to report it, especially if you and Anna are obsessed with it as you are. This is your beat, right? You want to report it. Okay, then bring some receipts. Bring some numbers, bring some data. Instead, it's just like, no, it's happening all over the place. Can't you tell? No, there's crime right now. I don't have time to go get numbers because the machete lady came, I had the data, and the machete lady came and took it from me. I got robbed of the data that I was going to bring to Hasan's show to show you because the machete lady wouldn't let me get out of the door. She was waving that machete and I was like, okay, here, take the data. And she's like, thanks. That's right. We're never going to let you report this, Jink. We, the evil Arkham Asylum style comic book criminals that like are constantly jerking it in your driveway, right? We will not let you get that data to Hasan, and it's gonna make you look like you don't know what you're talking about because you don't have any data. And I'm sure it's just the machete lady or the dude with the sharpened the lead pipe that's sharpened, right? He's gonna put lead into your blood by cutting you with that thing, right? It's a really scary weapon, right? He's preventing you. He's not letting you get that information out.
Hold on.
Oh
Hold
no,
on.
data's
You
gone.
asked me
Yeah,
what my perspective
she took the data and she chopped it into pieces.
is, and I'm telling you what my perspective is. You and I have already
Machetes, masturbation, madness.
going through this
Why
conversation.
does that make me think of the theme song to Mobs? Has anybody ever seen Mob Psycho 100 by the creator of One Punch Man?
You've already admitted one of the major problems
You're a
is
mob,
that the police
and you
aren't
feel
doing
your
their fucking job,
satisfaction.
right? You already recognize
Coming
that.
down.
You also recognize that they lie all the time.
Yeah, this
Do you
is what
think that-
Jink likes to talk about. Yeah. Serial jerks and machete ladies, people who do weird stuff with animals. Cat perverts, chat. I feel like we haven't watched the cat pervert video in a little while, right? That's the best video.
The 86% of police which voted for Donald Trump, right? Do you think that those guys have a genuine reason?
Look,
in
I am going
pushing
to
more
hit repost on
reactionary politicians into office.
Copy this into
specifically
chat,
because
although
they agree
honestly,
with
I feel
them,
like I should
and
just copy it
one
into
aspect
YouTube
of
chat.
that is to simply refuse to do
Since
your
that
job.
is like the only chat right
beyond
now.
what
I don't even know. Did I
Blue
get?
is supposed to be in an effort to?
I'm not like
in an
down
effort to
on
get people to
on Twitch,
feel
am I?
exactly in the same way that you do, because it's so
There it is
easy
on-
to
wait. Oh.
get people very upset
this one.
in this circumstance when the media is also aligning with their interests as well and constantly pumping people full of misinformation, as I've shown you. That all ends up
look at,
moving Americans, which already have a reactionary slant to begin with when it comes to crime and punishment, in that direction that we need more enforcement and not any of the solutions that will solve some.
Look, I mean, this is a bit much to take in all at once. Let's take a little break really quickly and check in with the cat pervert.
No, I'm not. I'm our cat. You understand? Our cat. I'm not even in my yard right now. What am I doing? The gate's open.
Wait. Did anybody see that?
You understand?
Our cat.
I'm not even in my yard right now. What am I doing?
Do you see it? Chat, does anybody see this? It's right there. It's right there. It's not only an amogus, it's an amogus with a little amogus on its head, and the little amogus is a pirate.
The gate's open. Hard.
You're unreasonable people. You're
amogus. Okay, so what happened? How should I explain this? Okay, the guy that we're looking at right now has a cat. He owns a cat. This household has a cat. That cat likes to hang out in amogus dude's backyard, right? And because of this guy, the owner of the cat, is really mad.
holding our cat.
How? I'm not even in there. I want you to explain how.
If you would
holding our cat,
go in your yard and say, Mercury, go home. Don't come in our yard anymore.
She
they
will
want
not
you
listen.
to...
She's a cat. She doesn't speak English.
Oh, really? This doesn't mean go home?
No.
Huh?
Hand signals don't mean anything. It's a cat.
Have you ever really tried to, like, look, even if you make a motion, like a threatening motion towards a cat, to try to manipulate that cat to do something or not do something, or be somewhere or not be somewhere or whatever, right? You know, your cat gets out and you try to motion it to go back inside. Most of the time, that cat is not going to listen to you. So no, you can't the cat away.
Dude. Really? Okay. All right. Well, we'll have the police department figure.
They're going to come out and you're going to be like, listen, this guy, my cat goes in his yard. And it's my cat. It's in his yard. Shouldn't he shoo it away? Isn't it his responsibility to chase my cat out of his yard?
Absolutely. Okay. Great idea.
All right. No, so the cat doesn't...
You might be bridging two different worlds. Wait.
And drink anything over there, right?
No.
Oh, no, never. Right? No, never.
No.
No, never.
Never. Yeah, never.
Yeah,
My cat is scaredy and responds to being told off by stopping whatever she's doing. Really?
Cat pervert.
Oh my God, you guys are absolutely...
The cat pervert.
I've done nothing
cat
to bring the
pervert.
cat. I've done nothing to bring the
cat pervert.
Cat
pervert.
This dude, he's lost it. He's lost it.
Stop. Making a scene over a cat.
He's lost it.
It's our cat.
He's lost it. He's lost it.
We know it's your cat. We know it's your cat.
Oh no.
Come on, let's have...
On my property.
We're calling the police because you're harboring our cat.
Harboring a cat.
Harboring our cat.
Is that a crime? What? It was something else.
Cat pervert.
I'm a cat pervert?
Yeah, cat
What
pervert.
crime is that? What crime is that?
You know what? There's a crime about you harboring my cat.
What crime is that?
It's against the law.
What crime is that?
It's called harboring an animal.
I can understand
It's
being
called that's a huge. Is that a misdemeanor or is that a misdemeanor or is that a felony? I wonder if Jen can
angry if my cat was
can help us out. Maybe the problem is the police are arresting the cat perverts, but the DAs aren't prosecuting them.
in your yard. You're angry because your cat is in my yard.
You're making things a lot worse.
You're making things a lot worse. He thinks that the long arm of the law is gonna go get that cat pervert.
You can just send my cat home. No, I can't.
Send my cat home, you cat pervert.
You're keeping it in your yard. I'm not.
You're keeping it in your yard. Yo, here's the deal though. Like, right? Like, I mean, cats like to explore. Cats like to explore. Look, if you want to keep your cat in the house, nobody's stopping you from doing that. If you want to try to keep your cat in your yard, it might not be easy. They can slip out of like almost anywhere, right? They can climb up stuff. Cats are amazing escape artists, right? So it might not work, but you could try to keep your cat in your yard, but you cannot get mad at your cat for exploring the neighborhood when you let it outside. That is what it's going to do. Oh my God, this is the Trump ice cream thing. No, this one. No, oh my God, Sunday. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that really soon.
Some of the underlying problems in which crime manifests.
So
your dad was this guy, not going to lie.
I didn't admit that. I came in saying that. I've always said that cops are
They can't arrest the cat perverts because the prisons are stuffed with machete women. Yes.
Part of the problem. I've said that super clearly 800 times.
Oh my God, wait. Here, it's just making me realize, like, right? Cenk is bad on trans issues. Cenk is bad on crime issues. What does Cenk think about, like, I don't even want to know. Like, where would Cenk want to house trans prisoners? I'm sure it's a bad answer.
So what I'm saying is that is a giant factor, and another significant factor.
Edwin, for the comment of the day, these cat perverts are why our neighborhood CVS is closed down. Oh my God, that is the comment of the day.
Is the issue?
No, there's a lot of comments of the day.
Of the laws that I have talked about. So now I'm asking you and
yeah, the chat is amazing. I will agree.
What would you and I don't know if you're saying no, the other stuff is not. It sounds like you're saying
apparently we're popping off on YouTube, right? Apparently I need to do more stuff on YouTube.
Stuff's not even a factor.
Oh, by the way,
only the cops.
Crime has decreased in Los Angeles. That's the other.
There we go.
See, the problem with that stat is that nobody's getting arrested. So yeah, it looks like that you. Might have a stat go down. That's because the cops aren't A, doing their job as you're pointing out, and B, we're letting everyone go. So what do you do?
Wait.
In the streets?
If we're letting everyone go, that's not crime
isn't
decreasing.
Cenk the one that says let him go?
Because that's still if someone is being detained and arrested, even if they let them go, that's still factoring into crime increasing.
No, tons of times, like the spear guy. They go, no, the machete lady,
crime
actually
10 out of 10. Yeah, I forgot to do the ad break again.
He took a person. They just kept saying, no, I'm not going to arrest her. I'm not going to arrest him. I'm not going to arrest her.
I mean, I did mention like 12 minutes ahead of time, but
crime is not calculated on clearance rates. Crime is calculated on arrest numbers.
That's what I'm saying. They're not even arresting them.
Okay. Then the problem isn't the woke pervert DAs that are backed by George Soros. The problem is, and I think you and I agree on this, the police not doing their jobs.
No, but Haas, first of all, I never said woke pervert Soros. That's a Republican.
You said cat pervert Soros.
I know. Well, well, you do a
cat pervert.
Find a lot with Republicans.
No. Will anybody think of the machetes?
Oh, that's a ridiculous.
Or the cats.
Look, I just explained it. I don't know how I could be any clearer. If you think it's a Republican to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't let guys commit 2,000 crimes in a row, well, then you're ceding ground of sanity to Republicans.
I don't think a single person says that. Okay? Does anyone?
So Haas,
oh my God, that is so good. George Cenk must be a communist. After all, he loves getting publicly owned.
Never met a person that says that.
What do you want to do with the guy masturbating in the street? Right now, we haven't built.
He's gonna get nationalized. We're gonna have to He's a national treasure. We're gonna nationalize him. We're gonna put him in the Smithsonian.